Microsoft Excel is the basic or at the core of any business right now in the industry, right? So whether it is you are a software developer, or you are into business, or you are the CEO of a company, or you are servicing the company, right? Or you have your own business, a small business, a big business, any size of business, right? Anywhere you need Microsoft Excel. It is that important. Okay, Excel can come in various vendors. Okay, either you have Excel by Microsoft, or you have Google Sheets, or you have um, Open Excel, which is free to use. Right? There are many such vendors who who give my Excel kind of software, which is called spreadsheet. By the way, so there are many vendors as such. We are going to learn Microsoft Excel. Why? Because it is the most widely used spreadsheet vendor that in any place. So Microsoft Excel is kind of important. It is widely used, and if you learn Microsoft Excel, it's okay. You can go to either Google Sheets or Open Excel. Okay, anywhere you can go, anywhere you can use it. So we are going to use Microsoft Excel. So there is a quick thing. Kelvin Hector of Twitter, what he told once was the global economy is built on two things. One was obviously the engine, and another is Excel. Okay, because Excel is where you do all your calculations, all your mathematics, whatever you want to store, whatever you want to share, everything is done on Excel, right? So Excel is important, and we are going to learn today Excel, right? We will start with the basics for Excel. From the basics, we are going to go into the intermediate and the advanced level. We are going to learn the basic functions of Excel, the tools, the utilities that Excel provides us. Along with that, after that, we will be moving on to the functions for Excel. Okay, so we are going to do a very almost we are going to cover Excel almost to a point that you can be able to use it. You can be able to use it to be more productive at work. Okay, and then you can make spreadsheets, you can make reports after doing this. Okay, so let's see what all do we have. First, we'll see what Excel workspace is. Okay, so let me quickly open Excel. So you can go to your start, and you can just type in Excel app. Okay, so Excel is in various versions. You have 2016, 2019, you have one Excel. Okay, and then you have the older ones as well. Right now, not many people would be using the older ones because Windows itself doesn't support the older versions of Excel. But in case there's someone who is still using Windows 7, you know, though it is not used anymore, but in case someone use Windows 7, you still might have such people. Okay, so in that, the older versions of Excels will be used. Okay, older versions of Excel means before 2013. Okay, okay, so now I have opened Excel. Okay, this is called a workbook. When I say Excel file, it is called workbook. In an Excel workbook, you have sheets. Okay, in an Excel workbook, you have sheets which like this, which is a sheet 1. You can add more sheets. Okay, you can add sheet 2, you can add sheet 3. Okay, you can add sheets like this, and you can delete as well. So you right click and you click on delete. Okay, so like this, you can add or delete your sheets. So you understand now what is a workbook. Workbook is nothing but a collection of worksheets, and that is what an Excel file is. So when you store a file, when you store an Excel file, you are actually saving a workbook, or you are actually saving a workbook. Okay, so you know what is a workbook and what is a worksheet. Okay, now I will see what is a column, row, and a cell name. Okay, what is a cell actually is. Okay, so whatever you see here in this sheet, okay, this is called column. A, B, C, D. Okay, then whatever you see here horizontally, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, this is called rows. Okay, so these are called columns and these are called rows. Now if you see column B, right, this is column B and this is column 2. This cell, this is called a cell. Okay, where a column and a row meet is called a cell. Okay, now this cell is where B and 2 meets, right? So the address or the name of this cell is called B2. Okay, why? Because this in this cell, column B and row 2 meets each other. Okay, that's why this is B2, right? This B2 you can also see here. The name of the column, sorry, the name of the cell will also be shown here, which is B2. Now, one quick thing on sheets. So when you can even select, or you can create, or you can delete a sheet, right? You can rename a sheet. Okay. So for example, I can say this as the main sheet. Okay. So what I did, I double clicked on the sheet name, and this comes up, and then I can write this can be the supportive sheet. Okay. So it is main and it is supportive. Also, what you can do is you can right click and click on rename. By this way also you can rename. So there are two ways: either you double click here or you right click here. Okay. Next thing with sheets is you can hide a sheet. Now you have some data here. Okay, so you give some data, 1 2 3, and you don't want to show this data, okay, to your main sheet. Okay, so what you do is you can right click, you can hide your sheet. Okay, you can hide your sheet. With this, what happens is the person to whom you are sending this Excel file will not be able to see that sheet. But if he wants to, what he can do is he can right click and unhide. So he or she can right click on unhide, and you can see then all the sheets which are hidden in this. So right now it's only one sheet, so supportive. I can click on it and okay. So I can get the sheet back. Okay, so this is how you can hide or unhide sheets. Okay, and and like I've told you how to work with the rows and the columns, and what is a cell name. What you can also do is you can color your sheets. When I say color your sheets, mean, for example, I right click there, I click on tab, and I can go to a color. Okay, you see this green. For main, I can go to maybe this color, red color, okay, orange. So these colors are kind of an indicators, okay, you can use. For example, you have got a workbook with 10 sheets. Okay, in few sheets you have made the changes. Okay, you were supposed to make some changes to the sheets. In few of them you have made the changes, in few of them you have some doubts. So the ones sheets where you have made the changes, you can just color them green. On the ones where you have not made changes and you have doubts, you can, put them in red color. So this was a use case where you can, have colors for the sheets. There are many other use cases. Like for example, in few companies, they have color codes that okay, there are few sheets which should have a specific color. Okay, so in that case, you need to color your sheets. And when I say color your sheets or the tab names, it's this place which is getting colored. Okay, not the entire sheet, it's just this place. Okay, so we know about the columns, the rows, and the cell names. Okay, next what we will see is how do we enter data. Now, just now if you saw, I had entered 1 2 and 3. So what I did actually is I went to a cell. Okay, and I entered, for example, name. Okay, then address. Okay, so for example, name I give John. Okay. So what I did is I just clicked here and I started writing it. Writing whatever I want to write. That is a way of doing it. Okay. Now I can also do, I can click here. I can go to this place. Okay. This is called the formula bar. Okay. This is a formula bar where you can write anything. You can write a formula, you can write any text also. Okay. Later when we go to formulas, we will see how to write a formula. For now, just understand how to write a text. Okay, so with name I can write, okay, so I can write John, like I was saying, and then I can write address as Delhi, for example. Okay, so I write John and I write Delhi. So generally we don't go here, okay, unless and until we have to write some formulas or we have to edit something. Now if I am writing an address which is Maybe just some dummy address, some 1101 new place, new place. Okay, New Delhi, New Delhi, some 1000111 something. Okay, some address. Now you see, because this address was very big, it crossed this column and it went to other columns. Okay, there are many things you can do with this now. So either you can wrap around. Okay, so you see this wrap text. So with this, what happens is whatever your column width was there, right, it will adjust there. Your address will adjust there. Okay, and ideally you should do this, but then not in this way. I'll show you how. Now I want to go back to the previous state. Okay, so I want to go back to this. So what do? I do Control Z or the undo button. If you see here, we get the undo button. So I do Control Z or undo button. These both are same. So I go to the previous one. So basically, the use of Control Z is to undo any action you have done. You can go to till 10 steps of undoing your data or your operations basically. And to redo, that is if you want to go back to this form, so what you do is you do Control Y. Okay, so remember the shortcuts Control Z and Control Y. Okay, by this you can undo and redo. Okay, one quick tip here, we are very much used to use mouse in our excel work. Okay, or any work at in the computer, mouse or the mouse pad in laptop. Okay, if you want to be faster in your work in Excel, try to stop using mouse and you start using keyboard shortcuts. Now when you start with it, you will see that you are very slow, because the speed with which you were doing by using mouse is has now become more than when you are using keyboards, because now right now you don't know. But when you push yourself or you force yourself to use keyboard shortcuts only and not the mouse, after some point of time the keyboard shortcuts will be easy for you, and you will remember them very easily, and your hands will go there directly, you won't even think. Okay, so I would always suggest force yourself to start using keyboard shortcuts. That will help you in attaining a good speed in Excel. Okay, okay, now moving here. So what we just now did is we wrapped cell, okay, from here. So we were in the home tab. Okay, so these are called the tabs like home, insert, page layout. Okay, now in home tab, in the alignment group, so this is the group name, alignment, font, clipboard, these are the groups. Okay, you see this vertical bar standing here. So whatever there's in one vertical bar and another vertical bar, it is called a group. Okay, and this is the wrap text. Okay, so I clicked it, came in a single cell. But what I'll do now is I'll just go here. I want New Delhi to come in a separate line, not in the same line. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll click there and I press Alt Enter. Okay. Remember, Alt Enter. By this, what happens is I have two lines in a single cell. Remember, not in a separate two lines in two separate cells. Okay. In a single cell, I have two lines. So I click Enter. Okay. Right now, no difference. I'll just double click here between E and F when I get this arrow. Okay, with two arrows on both the sides and a bar in the center. I double click now. Okay, and I go here between 3 and 4. I double click here. So now you see I have a very good looking cell where the address is just the way it should be. Right now, a quick thing, address is below. What I'll do now to get it in the center, in the alignment tab only, you see it is down aligned. Okay, so bottom aligned. I click on center align. So you see it went up. Now if I want top align for some reason, so it goes up. Okay, so whichever alignment you want, okay, as per your convenience, you can take that. Also, so right now name and address both are left aligned. Okay, so address is big. Let me just take name. If I do a center align, you see it came on the center, and the right align, it took it on the right. So maybe I want to do a right align for my uh, headers. So name, address, and this will be left align. See, John is on the left. If I do it a right align, it will go at the end. So you see, right align. Okay. So this is how you can enter data into your cell. And if you want to now edit something, for example, instead of 1101, it should be 1102. So what you can do is either you go here where you want to change at that point and double click, your cursor will come. Now you can use your cursors in the keyboard to navigate. You can use the cursor to move left, you can right, down, or up. Okay, the cursors in the keyboard is something you can use. Or what you can do is, because this is very small and when you have big text, what you can do is, now formula bar, comes very handy. You can just go and just do wherever you want and make the change. Okay, so just go here and make the change to 2. Now this is easy. So we generally use formula bar when we have this big text, when we are doing text entry. At that point I'm saying that if you want to use formula bar, you should use it when you have big text. Otherwise, you can just directly write in a cell. For formulas, definitely we should be using formula bar. We will see that later. Okay. Now, you know how to enter data in a cell. Okay. Next, first, I'll just take cell height and column width, and then I'll come to sort and filter data. Okay. So when I say cell height and column width, if you see all these cells, you know, they have a particular height. Height means from 6 end to 8 beginning, the seventh row, right? There's a particular height. And also from starting to A or starting to B, okay, A end to C beginning, this B. This also has a width, okay? Width, and then the rows have a height. Okay. Now, if you see for this row, third row, the height is big because we changed it. You remember we got this kind of arrow. Okay, if you see between 3 and 4 row at the starting, I have an arrow. And when I double click, it change the height. Okay. Or even if you have this in the column and if you double click, it will change the, you saw, change the column width. Okay. Now, whenever you have such kind of issues where where the column width and the row height are different or they're not matching, or like in the previous case, it was too big, I wanted to get it small. So you can do this double click and do. Now, sometimes what happens in some companies, the column width is fixed. Okay, the column width is fixed, and for example, all the reports go out at the 20 column width, and maybe some 20 column height as well. Okay, so 20 column width and 20 column height. So now in this case, what you will do, you individually go to all columns and change their column width and individually go to all rows. Okay, this is a very tedious task. So what you can do is, you can click here. Okay, this place between A and 1, this triangle is there. Click here and your entire sheet will be selected. All the rows, all the columns, everything will be selected. In this case, what you need to do is, you come here on any of the columns, doesn't matter which column you are in, any of the column, just go. Okay, then you go for the column width. Okay, and then you can put 20. So you see every column has a 20 column width now. Now same goes for rows. Okay, so everything is selected. So I right click on any one of them. Okay, row height and 20. So now you see everyone has a 20 height as well. So this happens when you go into certain companies with certain fixed, rules. Okay, so this is how you can do column width and column height. Now another scenario, there is a sheet with such kind of rows and columns, and you don't want such kind of rows and columns. You just want how much ever space your values are taking for a particular column or a row, that should be the height and width. Okay, so for example, a name and address for this D column, right? The biggest one is address, right? The value. So the biggest value address, how much ever space it is taking in D column, your D column should have that much width only, right? Not more than that. So for that, what we can do is we can click here again, like this is right now to select it. I again go to any of the column where the column one column ends and another column starts. I just double click there, and do you see now? Rest all is though having still 20, but for D, E, and B, right? B is just 1, 2, 3, so it took very small width. Okay, but for D it is a bit big, and again E it is big. Okay, now see I did this with the third row. Now by doing this, what happened is, because this because I changed the row height, right? So this was hidden, half of it was hidden. Now I double clicked it, so this came into its proper place. Okay. Also, you see for Neem and John, they also have a certain height, row height as per their data. Rest, okay, and rest of every one of them, they have the same. Okay, now you know how to use the rows and the columns. You can hide your data. For example, if you have like how we had hidden the sheets, right? Same way you can do with the columns and rows. So for example, B, I don't want it to show, so I right click here on the B after selecting it from B. So you have to click here. Okay, this is how you select, and then on B only you click right click and hide. So when you hide something, what happens is, if you see between C, D, D, E, E, F, F, G, that is between other columns, right? There's only one line which separates. But here, if you see closely between A and C, there are two lines, okay, which will show that, okay, there is a column hidden. And also you can see that after A, it should be B. It's not there, it's directly C. So what I do is, either I can go here, okay, and you see now my arrow, the cursor also has double lines. Instead of single line, it has double lines. So I can right click, okay, I can double click, okay, and my hidden column will come up. Now a limitation with this approach is that is if you go to between A and C, I mean any place where the columns are hidden, and if you double click, only one column will be visible. So which means if you have multiple columns, maybe D and E, if you have hidden, so C and F, right? Now if I go here and double click, okay, so you see D and E came up. Okay, now there's another way of doing this is, whatever you want to hide, you just click there and right click and hide. Also, if you want to unhide, right click, unhide. So everything will be unhidden. Okay, so this is how you should be, doing hiding and unhiding of your columns and rows. You can do with a single column approach also, but for unhiding, like I said, for sometimes what happens is, not all the columns which are hidden, they come out. So at that point, what you can do is, you can just select the rows, sorry, the columns in between the columns are hidden, and then right click and unhide. Now you know how about the columns. Same thing you can do with the rows as well. Okay, same exactly the same operations, but now instead of columns you have to select the rows. So I select 2 and 3, and I can hide it. Okay, so this gets hidden. Now again you come here, you double click. Okay, so sometimes you might get all the rows which are hidden, but sometimes the click is not in the correct place, so only one of it gets unhidden. So the safest way is, you select both the um, rows between which the rows are hidden, right click and unhide, the safest way. Okay, so this was about the columns and the rows. How do you use them? Okay, and now you know about the cell height and cell width. Okay, we will see about how to insert and delete rows or columns. Okay, after that we'll come to sort and filter data, because for that I need some data. I'll show you. So for inserting and deleting a row and column, right, you can go to any cell. For example, between name and John, I want to add a column. Okay, I right click on E, I click on insert. Okay, so a new column gets added. Okay, this will be of the format of all the generic Excel. Okay, so you see D and E, the formats are exactly same, the column width is exactly same. So whenever you want to add a column, always select the next column, because if you want to select before A, you have to select A. Okay, so before A, insert, so you get one more column. So now one column shifts this side. Okay, so this is how you insert column. Same way for row, if you want to insert something, select the next row. Always remember, we always select the next object, whether it's a row, whether it's a column, we always select the next object. So you select the row, you right click and you insert. Okay, so like this I inserted a column between 2 and 3 earlier, which is now 3, and the third row moved to 4. Okay, so this is how we would do for rows and columns. Now to delete, what we do is we do select the row, right click, delete. Okay, same way for a column, you select the column, right click and delete. Okay, now there is a shortcut for doing this. Okay, there's a shortcut for doing this. So what we do, we select the column. Okay, and then we click Control Shift plus. Okay, so what we did, we just selected the column and we did Control Shift plus. So what happens now, my I add a new column. Same way, when you want to um, add a new row, you select the row and do a Control Shift plus. Instead of right clicking and clicking on insert, I do I select the row and I do a Control Shift plus. Now to delete a column. Okay, so when I want to delete a column, what do I do? Same way, I just press Control minus. Okay, I press. Let me just move my cursor away. So what I do is Control minus. So you see that row got deleted. Now, if I want to do for the column, I select it and Control minus. Okay, now there is a trivia here. Okay, fun trivia I would give you. So when we add a new column, we do on a row. When we are adding it, we do Control Shift plus, but when we are deleting it, we do Control minus. What is the reason of that? Okay, the reason is, if you look at your keyboard right now, you see the plus button where we have in keyboard, right, is actually above equal to. So if we have to enter plus here, we can't just press on the equal to key, right? We had to do shift and plus. That's why we do that's why we do Control Shift plus. But for minus, it is down only. We don't need to put shift, press shift when we enter minus in data. So we just do it, okay, without pressing shift. One quick tip, one more Excel shortcut. So when you are here, for example, F, and you want to enter between E and F, okay, so you need to select the column, right? The shortcut for selecting a column is Control space. Okay, the shortcut is Control space, and for a row, it is Shift space. So remember, For a column, see, you can remember it like this: C for column, okay, C for control. Because space is the common in both. Whenever you want to add a new column or a new row, you have to press shift. But how will you remember whether it is shift or control? So C for control and C for column. So by that you can remember, okay, for column you have to press control, and then you have shift. So obviously for row you can go for shift. Okay, a quick way of remembering this. Also, one quick thing: if you, for example, you want to uh, rename this, okay, not rename, you want to select this and you want to change it, change the height and the width, okay, so you can put it here, okay, and you can do now. Right now I want to select only this two, this three, okay, right now it is in the best actually. So I can just select only the columns and I can double click. Okay. So this also comes handy sometimes. So if you just want only for two columns or three columns, just select those and you can double click. Okay. Now we will see sorting and filtering data. This is kind of interesting. Let me open some data for you. Okay. So I have some data. Okay. Let me just change this. Okay, so what I did, just let me show that to you as well. So I had some data here and I had some background colors for some reason. So I want to remove this background color. So what I do, I selected it. Okay, I went here and I did a no fill. So so all the colors which will go off. Okay. Now here I want to, before showing you sorting and filtering, I want to take you through some of the functions that we have here. So in the clipboard, we have the cut, copy, paste function. Okay. So either you can, take some value from here, you can cut it. Okay. You come here and you paste it. Okay. So cut, copy, paste. So either you can do paste. Sorry, there was some issue with my keyboard. Just hold on. Okay. Okay. So I just cut and pasted it. Okay, so you can do, there are many functions of paste. Okay, we will go through them when we do such examples. Okay, now if I come to the font group, okay, and what we have here is we have the font. So for example, this font we can see it's in Calibri. You can change the font here, okay, as per your requirement, or if the company or the firm has certain specifics, you can know the specifics and you can make the similar changes for the fonts. Okay, then you have a bold, italic, underline, whatever you want. Okay, so you can do that. Okay, then what you have is the borders. Okay, you can have borders. So for example, right now you see there is no borders here. Okay, how did we remove all the borders? If you see, whenever we have a new sheet, we have this rows and columns, okay, and the line separating them. Okay, so how did we do this, that there are no borders? You go to view, okay, and in the show group you have these grid lines. You uncheck them and you see all your borders are gone. Okay, all your borders are gone. Okay, so that is how we did this. And now if I want to put borders only for my data, okay, that's why we remove the grid lines everywhere, and only for my data I want to put borders. So what I do, I select my data completely. Okay, I go to home, color. Okay, so I have my background color of my cells. I can just select my this cell, okay, and I can change it to something else. Okay, to show that okay, it is the header. And what I can do is I can select again everything. So how do I select my complete table or data? I just click somewhere, okay, and I do Control A, but that I can select. Now come to this is the border, and I do all borders. Okay, now you see when I click outside, only the borders for the cells which I selected has been done. For others, we don't have the borders yet. Okay, what you can do is after this, you can do a Control A and do a thick outside borders. Now you see the border is a bit different than the internal border. The outer border is different. Okay, you can change the text color also. So for example, if I just take it to this, okay, I just change the font color to white so it looks good. Okay, you can increase the font size or you can decrease from here, or what you can also do is you can just go and click here and change the font size. By this you can change the font size also. Okay, and alignment, now you know what is left, right, center, and justified alignments. Okay, increasing intents and decreasing intents, which means how far you are from your ruler. So, for example, because it's left centered, so if I say increase intent, it will go away from this. Decrease intent means it will go near to this, the ruler. Okay, and then this is the angle of your cell. So for example, sometimes what happens is that for the headers we might need to change the font alignment. Sometimes we do it this way. Okay, then there are ways maybe we do it like this. Okay, so there can be such scenarios where you might need to do this. So this is how you would do it. Let me go back to the previous way we were by doing Control Z, and you know how to wrap around text, right? We did with the address. Okay, I think that is kind of good this for now. One quick thing, there is something called as format painter. For example, there is a cell here which is white. You want this cell to have exact formats of maybe this cell. So what I do, I go to the cell and I press format painter. I go to another cell, my destination cell, and I go and press there, click there basically. So now this will have all the formats I did for this. That is white text. Okay, this background, muddy background. So if I write something, new cell, you see it is coming in white. Okay, so now let's see how can we sort or filter data. Okay, now to sort or filter data, what we need to do is we select the table first. Now, like I said, you how do we select a table? We do Control A. Now, how will Excel understand how big or small my table is? How does Excel always exactly selects the table that we want to? How does it know? Now, the trick behind this is whatever the column you have the last, okay, after which the next column is completely blank. Okay, after which the next column is completely blank. So if you see L, this is completely blank. Same for row. For row, it whatever column, whatever row it is, after which the next row is completely blank, it will take the row above it. So now if I click anywhere here and I do Control A, you see it just selected here till here because the next row was completely empty. That's why I selected till here. Same goes for column. Now if I just delete this L column, new cell came one step closer. Now if I do Control A, it's taking new cell as well. Why? Because there is no like completely empty column after K, right? L has some value, but because M doesn't have a value completely, what happened? Okay, Okay, so now because m doesn't have a value completely, so it took till L. So remember this how control A works. Okay, now if I want to, let me just remove this. Don't need this. Okay, now if I want to sort data. Now what is sorting data? Sorting data means you want to arrange your data in an ascending or a descending order. Okay, sorting means you are arranging your data in ascending or descending order. Let us see how we'll do it. So you first do a select, or you can just remove, just be on this column on which you want to sort. So for example, I have my job ID, I want to sort here. So click anywhere on the column. Okay, in the home tab, I have this editing group where I have sort and filter. Okay, I click on this and then I get sort A to Z. So now you see in job ID, my data is sorted. Okay, so first I have A, and then I have F, and then H and I. Okay, so like this, my data is sorted. Also, it is sorting like after A is sorted. So if I have this window where I have only A's coming in, then the next letter is sorted, then the next letter, like this, it is sorted. Okay, whatever you choose. You can also choose sort Z to A. So when I said sort Z to A, it does the opposite, from the largest to smallest. It is a decreasing order of sorting your data. Okay, so this was where we did a single column sort. We can also do multiple column sort. Okay, now let's see how do we do multiple column sort. I click here. Okay, and I do a custom sort. Now why do we need a multi-column sort in the first place? Okay, imagine that we have this job ID. If you see here, ST man, how many do we have? One, two, three, four, five. Okay, now you see the salary of the people working in ST man is not sorted. So what I want is I need to sort this in descending order, but in a particular job ID, I want to see the employees whose salary is arranged in ascending order, which is smallest to largest. So basically, job ID will be the largest to smallest, and salary will be my smallest to largest. For this, what I'll do is see job ID is because I just now sorted it, right? So this is coming up with job ID is aligned with or ordered to Z to A. Same way, if I click on add, I just add this salary and smallest to largest. Okay, so remember job ID is a text column. Text column means where we store text data. Okay, so that's why we have order as Z to A. But because salary is a numerical column, because we're storing numbers here, it is automatically, Excel is automatically giving me smallest to largest order. Okay, now if I click OK, so now if you see this in ST man, so see job ID is sorted, right? Descending. S comes first, ST is coming, then man, then ST clerk is coming because M is greater than C, so came first. Okay. Now in this window, so we call this as windows where we have the same value. So for job ID, we have the same values here, so we are calling it as a window. Now in this windows, the salaries is sorted now in ascending order. You have 5 8 first and then 6 5. Okay, and going forward you have more. Same way for ST clerk, if you see, this is my window. Okay, ST clerk is a very big window. If you see now, data is now arranged in ascending order for salary, but obviously for the job ID it's descending. Okay, this is how you can do a custom sort by doing multiple levels. Okay, now a quick brief on the custom sort dialog box. So you can add, okay, you can add as many levels as you want. Okay, so for example, after job ID, maybe before salary, I want to sort them on manager ID level. So first sort by job ID, then manager ID, and then the salary. Okay, so you can do this. You can add a new level. So if you want to add the next level, so you need to select this. and click add level, and you can select whatever you want. Now if you want to delete a level, then again you select this and click on delete level. You can also do is you can select a cell or a level actually, and you can copy it, and you can add a new level here. Now another quick thing, if you want the salary to be sorted first, okay, and in case someone getting the same salary, then the job ID should be sorted, then salary column should come first. Okay, and in that case salary column should come first and then clerk should come. So whatever you want, the window you want to make of, that should be the uh, first level, and then whatever subsequent you want, you can add multiple levels after this, and you can delete a level as well. Okay. Hmm. uh, okay, one quick thing I just wanted to show you, in case you have multiple levels and you want to take this up and down, like right now the first is the job ID, and then it is the um, job ID is first, and then we have the salary. If I want salary to come first and then job ID, I can just take this and up using this, or if I want to take it down, we'll click this again. Okay, this is how I can do it. Okay, one more thing. Now if I select this and I go to sort and filter, custom sort, now what happens is, if you see, I get this job ID. See, job ID and hire date, these are the names of my columns. Okay, so I get the column names here properly. Why? How does Excel knows that these are column headers? In here, if you see, my data has headers which is selected. Okay, so because this is selected, whatever is coming in the first row becomes my header. Now, if this is not selected, I actually get column G, H like this. Okay, and now everything, even my the first row, there is also a value for that column, and hence if you see, for column H where it is salary and previously it was, smallest to largest, it is coming like this now. So if I click OK, now you see the first row went off because that it was also a value, right? And it has come somewhere in the middle. Okay, it has come somewhere in the middle. So always remember to do this whenever you have the column um, name coming up here. So you should always select my data as headers while you are sorting. Okay, okay. So now you know how to sort data. Next what we will see is how do we do filtering on data. Mm. So what we do is, it's the same place where we do sorting of data. Okay, we go to the same place and you go for filter. Now first let us understand what does filtering of data means. Okay, now, for example, let's understand this data first. Okay, this is a data for employees. Okay, a dummy data. Okay, for the employees. Now, sorry. So what do we have here is we have the employee ID, which means the ID of the employees. Sorry, it's the unique ID. Next, what we have is the name. Okay, the first name and the last name. Then we have the email IDs. Okay, and then we have the phone number. Next, we have the hire date, that is on which date the employees were hired. Okay, then we have the job ID. Okay, and then we have the salary. So job ID is nothing but in which job sections do they work. Few of them has man, few of them has clerk. Okay, man means manager. Okay, now next, what is the salary each of them are earning? Okay, then if they are getting some commission or not. Okay, then what we have is manager ID. So this employee reports to which manager, we can see that. And then we have the department ID, that is for which department, uh, which department we are getting this. Okay, or in which department we are this employee is working. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we sort it or filter it? Now for example, I have this man coming in here. Okay, I want all the employees who are working in a particular department. Okay, I want all the employees who are working in a particular department. So what I do is, I go here, I go for sort and filter, I go for filter here. Okay, sort and filter, and I go for filter. I click on this drop down. Okay, so we get this drop downs on the column. Okay, and I click here. Now, well, like I told you, what I want for the man and the clerk. I click here. If you see, I have the filters coming in down. So I unselect all. Okay, I click here and I click only for the man. Okay, um, SA man and maybe the ST clerk. Okay, if these two are what I want. Okay, so I get here ST clerk and SA man. Okay, now only these two are shown, and if you see, there are so many rows which are hidden here. If you see, when we discussed about hiding rows, we used to get this kind of symbol, right, when we want to unhide. So see, all the rows are hidden. After 81 it is 109, and after 26 it's 77. That means all the rows between those are hidden, and we are only seeing what we selected here. Okay, so this is called filtering of data. Okay, so here we selected only some data here, what we wanted. Okay, now if I want everything, and I want most of them, and don't want to, maybe I don't want manager MGR, I don't want. Okay, I don't want this manager. I just can click on them. Okay, whichever I don't want, maybe three of them, and I click, or four maybe, and this I just click them. Okay, and I click on OK. So only whichever I didn't select, that will go off. So you have to see, if you want most of them, then you select all and then you unselect which you don't want. And if you want only few of them, then you unselect all and then you select only those you want. Okay, this is how you can do your filtering. You can do multiple filterings also. When I say multiple, means right now you selected job ID, you put some values. Now in department ID, I can just select few of department IDs in 40, 50 and 60. So now I have two columns on which I did my filtering. Okay, sorry. Okay, so now you know how to filter. One quick thing I want to tell you here is, if you have many columns, okay, and you don't know, and there's so many columns, you don't know which column has a filter, which column has doesn't have a filter. How will you see that? Here you have, if you see here, the drop down has changed. There is a funnel here. Okay, so when you see a funnel coming here, you will see that that column has a filter in it. Okay, and if you see this columns, they just have the drop down, they don't have a funnel in them. Okay, so whenever you see a funnel, you will get to know. Okay, um next is, what you saw just now is where we selected the values. Okay, if I don't want to select the values, what we can also do is, I can just type in things. Okay, let me just remove the filters first and I'll show you what I'm talking about. How to remove the filters? You can just click here. Okay, clear filter from department ID. Same way you can click here and you can clear filter from job ID. Okay. Now if I want to type in my data, okay, so what do? I click on maybe MGR. Okay, everyone which has MGR. So I have to AC MGR, FI MGR. This will automatically get selected, and rest of them will automatically be unselected. So I click OK. Sorry, and you see only whatever I selected is now coming in. Hmm. One quick thing now. Till now I was showing you how to select and unselect your data, right? Like by clearing from here. One quick addition to this is okay, so when you want to remove all your filters, you have multiple filters now. Okay, so for example, previously what we had a multiple filters here. If you see, I have in job ID and department. This is what we had earlier, right? When we want to remove multiple filters together, or just remove all the filters, one filter or multiple filters, I should do Control Shift L. Okay, and when I want to put the filters in, I do Control Shift L again. Okay, so with this, what I get, I don't get the filters as such, but I just get this drop downs coming in. Okay, so I don't have to go to home and then go to sort and filter to get this drop downs. Okay, I just do Control Shift L and Control Shift L. So you see, with this, I get the drop downs, or I can remove the drop downs along with the filters. Okay, this is the shortcut which we use. Now, moving on to the next topic. Okay, so when I do this, I just now showed you how to use this. Okay, there is something called as text filters and numeric number filters and the date filters. Now what are these? So if you see the columns which I have shown here, right, so few of them has some text data like stman, stclerk, all these are text alphabets, right? Here what you have is the numeric data, which is salary data. Okay, so for salary data I have the numbers coming in here. Okay, so for the numbers coming in here, uh there is nothing else, it's just numbers here in this column. But and this column, it has everything, it can have numbers, it can have text also, whatever it is. And there is this column higher date. If you see, it has date values. Okay, how do you know what kind of a value it is? Okay, so if you go to this place, okay, this is kind of an important thing, you should focus here. So when I go to this column, I see that type as date. So if you see, date is coming up here. If I be here, it is showing general. If I come here, it is showing accounting. Okay, so basically number actually. Okay, so this means that each of the column is of certain type. Okay, and by this certain type, we can understand what kind of data it is storing. So for example, if the type here is date, I can understand, okay, it is storing some date type data. Okay, this is storing some number data because accounting stores only number data. It also has a sign. Okay, whether it's a dollar, whether the currency sign dollar or euro, whatever it is, it's storing the data. It also has a comma, like it's showing the hundreds together and separating the others with comma. Okay, so you see this one, this being the date. Okay, now I hope you understand that there we have different kind of columns. When you go to a numeric type of column, whether it's accounting or you see numbers. So for example, if I want, I can go here, I can put this in a number format. Okay, and if I do that, I can get this value. It's a number format, but we won't do, because we don't want to do any calculations with a manager ID, right? ID is not something to do calculations with. Okay, ID is something we do by we use to do some changes. Okay, so maybe I just want to see who is the manager ID of this Kevin. It is 100. So I can just go to the employee ID of 100 and I can see that, okay, the manager name is, okay, where is 100 now? 100 is Stephen King, right? Stephen King is the manager of the first um, row, which is Kevin. Kevin's manager is Steven. So we don't want to do any mathematical calculations with it. So we no need to change it to a number. It's general, it's fine. Okay. Now, when you have a numerical type of column, which is accounting, you click on this and you get number filters. Number filters can be equal to some value, it does not equal, greater than or less than. Okay. You see this filters? Now I will go here for job ID, and now it is text filters. Previously it was number filters for salary. Now for text filters we will have begins with, ends with. Now you see this begins with and ends with makes more sense when we have a text value instead of a numerical value, right? Numerical value won't make any sense begins with. Again, when we went to numerical value, what we saw is greater than, less than. Obviously greater than and less than will not make any sense for numerical value. It will make sense only for your job ID. Okay, because that's a text value. Okay, so if you go to date now, okay, you see it is date filters now. Date filters will have next week, this week, next month, last month, or equals, or before some date, or after some date, or between some date, tomorrow, today. Okay, all these filters date will have. Now you see the type of filters which is provided for each of the data type is very different from others. Only the ones which make sense for a particular data type is shown here. Okay. Mhm. Let's do some filters here. Let's do this job ID. So I want all the job IDs who starts with ST. Okay. You see ST man, ST clerk. So I just write begins with ST. Okay. Now you see I just get ST man, ST clerk. Also one thing, whenever you're doing filters, you see if you come here, 25 of 107 records found. Okay. Now what does that mean? It means you totally had 107 rows here. Out of that, 25 matched my criteria, the filter which I put here. Okay, that's why 25 rows are coming up here. Now, again, let me just remove this. Control Shift L and Control Shift L quickly. If I go to a salary column, and if I go here, I do number filters here. Maybe greater than or equal to, let's put 6,000. Okay. Now you see 57 of 107 records select, which means 57 rows out of my 107 rows are the ones which matches my criteria, which, and my criteria was the salary should be greater than or equal to 6,000. I can also have the other filters. See, most of them they show here. Okay, most of the filters they'll show here. But if I just say custom filter, now from here I can select which filters I want to show. Okay, and that filters only will be shown here. Okay, same for here. So for example, I want something between. Okay, between a range. For example, between 3,000 and 6,000. I want to see all the salaries. So what do I do? Greater than or equal to, I select here 3,000. Then I should select and it should be less than equal to. Then I select 6,000. So now I see 28 out of my 107 records match my criteria. And if you see the values, everything is between 3,000 and 6,000, with 6,000 included. Okay. Because I selected greater than or equal to. If you don't want to include 3,000 and 6,000, you should select only greater than and not greater than or equal to. Okay. Now I can just remove this filter. It was between. You see, I didn't select between. I went for custom filter, but now it shows me between because that's the operation I did just now. Okay. Always remember there is something called as and or. Okay, now what does this mean? I want to see, for example, only those salaries who either got 3000 or they got 6000. So I can do equals, and then I can do or, again I can do 6000. Do I have any? Okay, let me just change my criteria again. Okay, custom filter or, okay, less. Let me do this less than. Uh, is less than can go here. Is greater than can go here. 3000 and 6000. And if you see carefully, I have done odd here now. So now I get all the rows. See, 79 out of 107 rows selected. These are all the rows which are getting salaries either above 6000 or are getting less than 3000. Okay. So now you know how to do sorting and filtering. Okay. Quick few things now on sorting again. If I come back, so if you go here in this row, in this drop down, you also get sorting here as well. So you have smallest to largest, largest to smallest. If you want to do this on a single column, you can go from here. This is a shortcut. No need to go to sort and filter and to do smallest, largest, or largest, smallest. Okay. If you want to do custom filter, sorry, custom sort, then only you should go here because that is not available here. One thing you can do here is color sort. So for example, you have just colored few things. Okay. For example, you colored this. I'm just randomly selecting something and I colored them some with other color. Okay. I did this some other colors. Now I want to sort these first. Okay. I want to get the colored rows first. So what I do, come here. Okay. Sort by color and I can click this. Okay. So this color got sorted in the first. And if I go here and if I click this, so the color which I select is will come first. Remember, like in filtering, I can do multiple values at a time. I can also sort by, I can also filter by colors, but the issue there will come is I can just select one color. If I had multiple colors here, I could have just selected one color. I can't select multiple colors in a single go for filter. Okay. Okay, cool. So this was about sorting and filtering. I have almost told you everything you can do with it, and this is needed so that you can be more productive with your uh, work. Okay, next what we will see is the file types. Okay, we have covered this. Next we see is the file types. Now what is file types? See, like I told you when we started off, right, that we store it in Excel workbooks. Okay, we call this files as Excel workbook, and we have versions of it. We have 2013, 2016, and 2019, right? So when you save a file in a latest version, which is 2013 and above, you store it in an XLSX format. Okay, you store it in XLSX format. So if I go in and I try to save it, let's see what are the file types and which I can store my file. Okay, the Excel file. The first which I told you is an Excel workbook. Okay, which is XLSX format. Okay, now if you wanted to store your file in a version which is a file which can be opened by previous versions of Excel. Okay, so I get XLS and XLS. Let's see. Microsoft Excel 5.0 95 workbook, which stores Excel S format. Now, when you store a file in Excel S format, remember few of the formatting options, like the new ones which were introduced in Excel SX, will not be available in the older versions. So you might lose some of the formattings which you have done in your workbook, like colors or some other formats, some shapes and all, which were not available earlier. Those will not be available. You will lose them. Okay, that is XLSX workbook and XLS difference. Okay, XLS is here. Now, and there are many types of files. Okay, and some are used by developers, some are used by business people. There are many types of roles, and they use different types of file types. I'll just take you to the most important ones. Okay, next we have Excel macro enabled workbook. Okay, now what is a macro enabled workbook? You have a program which macro is nothing but the step by step instructions, which is given to Excel to do a particular work. Okay, now this instructions you can either record or you can write it in a program, which is called VB. Okay, in VB language you can write the macro program. So if you are having such workbook or you have made a macro program, you can't store it in XLSX format. For that you need to store it in XLSM format. Okay, XLSM format, there is no difference as such with other functions. The only thing is it can store macro enabled workbook. It's an additional thing. Okay, next, XLSB format. Okay, so it is a binary workbook format which takes comparatively less space than XLSX file. Okay, next thing which you should know is about the CSV and the TSV format. Okay, so one you see here is we have CSV, and you should have a TSV as well. Mm, tab Okay, not TSV. Some places we have TSV, but here it is TXT format, which is tab delimited. So one is CSV, which is comma delimited, and one is tab delimited. So it's basically a data where you can store your data, only one sheet of data basically, and the columns are separated by a column. Okay, sorry, a comma. Okay, and in tab delimited, the columns are separated by a tab, the tab in your keyboard, right? So by that it's separated. Now, why do we have this kind of formats available for us? See, when you have big data, okay, like for example of not thousand, even some 1 lakh rows or something like that, okay, and many columns, sharing such kind of files become very difficult. Okay, because the data is very huge. So in that case what we do is, we um when we have such data, we save them in txt format. Now remember, whenever we are storing something in txt or csv format, no formatting or no formulas are saved. Okay, in because they're just stored as a text. How a txt file is, right? There's nothing, only text can be stored, comma, plus, minus, all this can be stored. And only text, there is no formulas which we can store there. There is no formatting information I can store there. So if you have done any coloring and all, nothing can be there. Okay, and only one sheet of data per file, per txt file or per csv file, one sheet of data can be stored, because as you know, a notepad can't have multiple sheets like excel, right? So txt and csv format works in that way. It is very, okay, it is very small, very convenient way to share your data. It makes your file size very small. Okay, so this was about the file types. One last file type I would tell you is the pdf format. So you know pdf, right? It is an excel workbook. Okay, so if you want, you can store this file in an pdf format and you can share it. So why do people store it in pdf format generally? If they don't want others to change the data. Okay, because in pdf is generally not editable. It is editable but not generally. So we store data in the pdf format in that case. Hmm. Okay, so now you know the file types. Acha, one more thing, for PDF you can also use export. Okay, from export also you can take PDF. Okay, you can do it. Okay. uh so these were the file types. Okay, now we come to file tab. Okay, now what is a file tab? See, the one where I went just now is right. This is the file tab, and why file tab is important? Most of the functions of Excel we do it from here. Okay, for example, I want to open a new document. I can go to home and I can click blank workbook. Okay, if for to create a blank workbook, I can also press Control N. This will also create a blank workbook for me. Okay, so when I have an Excel workbook open and I want to create a new workbook, I can just press Control N. It will create a new blank workbook. Okay, what else do we have here? We have new. Okay, so if I want to open a new blank workbook or open, if I want to open the existing existing workbook which I've already done. Okay, that I can open it from here. Then info means the the information about the current current file. So I know, okay, where the data is stored and where the file is stored. Okay, if I want to share it, I want to copy the path of the file. Okay, and I want to see who created the file, the author of the file. Okay, everything we can see from here. If you want to save a copy, that is, this file is already saved, but you have made some changes, and if you want to save the changes in some other file name, so you can just change the file name from here and then you can save it in some other place. Okay, that is save a copy. Print is just printing. Okay, you can print your file. You can share it with other people, like with email or with by sharing it with their IDs. Okay, export, I just told you, you can export it in a PDF format. Okay, you can publish it to Power BI or just close your workbook. So it just closed it. So let me open that again. So I went to each database and open for me. Okay, so this is how file is important. Another important thing is account. So in account you get your account, like what subscriptions you have, your email ID and everything, what services you have. Then we have options. Okay, let me again show you. If you go to file, you have something called as options. Now this options is where you can change or play around with the settings of Excel itself. I would suggest don't do or play around with the Excel settings unless and until you are sure of what you are doing. Okay, if in case also you're changing some setting to to see how Excel reacts after changing it, please come back and change the setting to its default. Why? Because what happens is you might not remember that you made certain change, and then after some time you come back to Excel and you're doing some work, and Excel is now not behaving the way it should, or ideally how it was working earlier. Okay, um, so that is how Excel works, and don't make any changes. One quick thing I'll show you here is, if you see here, I have home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. Okay, I have this tabs here. If I want to write a macro in my workbook, I need to have a developer option, developer tab present here, but it is not here right now. Okay, so what I do, I can go to file, options, and go to customize ribbon. Okay, here if you see here in customize ribbon, I don't have draw, I don't have developer. Okay, I can just get developer here, and if I do okay, you see now I get the developer tab here, and I can write a macro now. Okay, this is why the options is very helpful. Okay, and you have many other things. If there is something here, okay, for example, there is some function here. Okay, some insert table maybe, and you want this insert table to be inside developer, so you can do that. Insert table, just add it here, click on that, or you can remove something from here as well. Okay, okay, so you can remove also. Now, quick access toolbar. What is quick access toolbar? You see this one where you have save, undo, redo, and print, right? So same things you have here. Auto save, which is this auto save, undo, redo, and print preview. So if I want to add something here, for example, font, I click here, it will go here. Okay, and now I click on OK. So you see font also has come up here. If I want to remove this, I can either go there or I can just come here and I click on font. Where is font? Okay, font they're not showing here. What I can do is I can go for show more commands. I'll just click and remove it. I don't want it. Same for developer. I can go to the options, customize ribbon, uncheck this. Okay, developer removed. Okay, so this is how we can, customize all the things. Okay, so next what do we have? Next we have the number formats. Now number formats is something I've already showed you, where I showed you this, right, how the number formats work. I'll show you a little bit more on this now. So you have a data, okay, like this 6,500 only. How did we make it look like this? Because when we see here, it looks dollar, we have comma, after decimal we have 00, but here we have only 6,500. Okay, so how did we make this? So if I write this 6,500 here, okay, now if I want to take it to this place, what I can do is I can just click it here, accounting number format. So whenever I click here, it just takes this format. Okay, and if I don't want it to have dollars but it to have commas, I can click here comma, and then the decimals come up. If I don't want this decimals to show up, I can increase or decrease this decimal, see, or decrease decimal. Okay, and then you will have the custom format, because now it is a custom format which you are showing. Okay. Okay, so this is how we can get it to this format also. um we have other formats also. Okay, so we have the short date. So if I click here, you can see we have the short date, we have the long date, and also we have some numbers. So dates can be changed to numbers. Okay, so we can do that, but it's generally not advisable because logically it doesn't make sense. Okay, and then we can also have some more formats. How can we do that? Okay, you see this, we can click here and we get the format cells, this option. I can also go from here also and I can get more number formats, same dialog box. Okay, so now I'll just close this and let me make few of these numbers as negative. Okay, now if you see here, this negative is coming as bracket. Okay, because the format was set as such for accounting that whenever we have a negative, we don't show the minus sign, we show a bracket around it, which shows that okay, it's a negative number. So how did we do that? So it is like this. Go to more number formats. Now this is the decimal places. I can remove the decimal places here. I can make it 0. Okay, for symbol it's dollar. Okay, I can change it to anything else they want. So change it here. And now in currency, what I can do is I want to show that, okay, for this for this I want to show it in negative numbers can be shown like this. So you see now it's changed to rupees. Okay, and and the negative ones are highlighted in red now. Okay, so this is how we can use number format. There are many things you can do. You can roam around here and you can see in the custom formats you have many things else. Okay, you can just see. You can change the date type also, how the date is written. You can change it. Okay, you can do many things from here. Okay, moving ahead now. What do we have? We have the clipboard font alignment. Okay, so I have showed you this while talking earlier. I have showed you how to use clipboard, how to use font, and how to use alignment. This is already covered. What do we have next? We have the autofill, flash fill, and text to column. Okay, autofill, flash fill, and text to column. Now, if you write a serial number, for example, okay, a new sheet, I write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so when I write this numbers here, I I had to write only till 1, 2, 3, and then I just dragged it from here. Okay, so what happened is my rest of the cells they got filled in here. Okay, so by this what's happening is we are filling the data automatically. Okay, autofill. Okay, we are filling data. Now again, now if I have Monday, okay, Tuesday, okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. See, this also got autofill. So Excel has a list of its own where it knows, okay, what all values to come and it will fill it automatically. Okay, like this you can do with months and other lists as well. Okay. Now another important thing is text to column. Okay. Now let me create one CSV data for you. Okay, so if I just take this data this much. Let me just keep this much only for now. Okay, now I have some data. So if I save this, I can save it in, let me save it in downloads. And after putting all files, let me just put it data.csv. Okay, save it. Now if I copy this data, okay, in a new sheet, okay, let me just do it here. So you see the rows came correctly. Okay, but okay, the rows though came correctly. Why did this? Hold on. Copy this now. Okay, so now you see everything is coming here, but everything is separated by a comma. Okay, because it was a CSV file. Okay, now if everything is in a single column, the rows are different, fine, but then everything is in a single column. So how do we make them go in separate columns? Okay, how do we do that? Okay, so what we do, we select it. I go to data. Okay, in the data tab, there's something called as text to columns here. Okay, so I click here. Okay, and there's two things. Okay, either you click on delimited or fixed width. If you do fixed width, then for example, the first I do fixed width of 2, then if I click here, okay, if I do the fixed width, then wherever I click next. So for example, I click here, then first four letters it is taking. Okay, the next delimiter, then here, wherever I click, okay, that delimiter it will take off. But I don't want that. I want it delimited. So I click next. Now select comma, and you see everything got separated in its own columns. And you click on next. Finish. Okay. So now you have a data. You're good to go. Now here only in the same place instead of comma. Okay, if I had pipe. Okay, this one. Okay, let me just take this. Okay, and I paste it here. So now you see instead of comma, everything is separated by a bar. Okay, so now what we do is when everything is separated by a bar, what we should do is same way go to text to columns. Okay, delimit it, and next, and instead of comma, click here on other and put the bar here. Next, finish. So now you see again we have everything separate. So the crux information about this is whenever whatever delimiter you have, you have to press that. Okay, so whatever delimiter you have here, either you have tab or you have semicolon or you have whatever delimiter you have, you should press. And if you don't have among these four, if you have some other delimiter, you have to mention that here. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So this was about how do we do text to column. Now removing duplicates. Okay, so now you know how to do text to column. For removing duplicates, let's take some data from my employees table. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just select one of the columns. Okay, let me select job ID column. Okay, Control C, take it to a new sheet. I'll just paste it there. Control V. Don't do Control X because if you do Control X, that column will vanish off altogether. Okay, so I just now deleted my columns by selecting them all together and do Control minus. Okay, like I have to explain to you. Okay, now coming to this, how do I remove duplicates? Now I have so many job IDs. Okay, I have 107 job IDs because I had 107 rows, but I just want to see the unique ones. Okay, so what I do for that is I select it. Okay, same in the data tab. Okay, I have something called as remove duplicates here. You see the small icon coming here with a cross here. This is the remove duplicates. Now in this dialog box which comes, so there's something called as my data as headers. Okay, and the header name will come. So whenever you have a header here, you should always select this my data as headers. Otherwise what will happen is if there is a value also with the same name as header, right, your value will go off and you will be just having one occurrence of that value, which is the header. So basically the value vanishes off. Okay, so always put header whenever you have a header for your data. My data is header. Okay, job ID. I click OK. 88 duplicates values found and removed. 19 unique values remain. That means there are 19 unique job IDs here in my data. Okay, one quick thing now. Just imagine you are now starting that you are just starting with Excel and you know there's something called as something by which you can remove duplicates, but you don't know what is that exactly called, okay, or where do you find it, okay, you're not able to find it. It happens with me also, because I'll tell you what one thing. When you are working with Excel, so right now you're learning, so you will know everything. But when you start working and you are some 2 3 months down the line, you will just remember the functions which you are working every day. Okay, you won't remember all the functions. Now to avoid that scenario, so what you will do is, if you want to remove duplicates, there is something here, okay, there is a search bar here for Excel. Okay, you can just go here, click, and just write duplicate. So it will show you the duplicates, the best action, the action, okay, whatever it has, and it will give you the duplicates dialog box. So you don't need to go here also, just search. Okay, the search here duplicates, and it will show you the duplicates. Okay, next. Okay, next what we have is table. Okay, very interesting. Okay, let me just take this data from here. Okay, I was supposed to tell you one more thing, which I'll tell you now because we are doing tables. Now I select Control A and I do Control C. Control C is for copy. Control V is for paste. Okay, you remember we were doing here, and we for here paste we got multiple things. I'll tell you now what they mean. Okay, so I go to a new sheet. Okay, and just delete this actually first. I again go back and select, because once you delete something, right, whatever you had selected will go off. So now right click. See, either I can paste, so it will paste just the way it was. Okay. Otherwise, I can just paste as values. Okay. So when I do paste as values, what happens is only the data gets pasted and nothing else. No formatting, nothing. Only the data is pasted. Okay. With the default formatting of any sheet of Excel. Okay. Okay. Now, for other things, you have, what all do you have? So you have paste the formulas, you have transpose. Okay, transpose is nothing but you have something in rows and you want to transport it. Okay, um, for example, you have these job IDs. Okay, and you want to transpose it. So right click, transpose. It goes like this. So it was previously it was vertically, now it is horizontally, and vice versa also can happen. Okay. Now, so I was teaching you about tables. Let me just copy this. Okay, and actually just paste as values. I just want my data. So now generally what happens is, let me open a new sheet and paste as values. So generally what happens is you just have your data in this format, right? You just open your Excel, you start writing data like this. Okay, now let me make everything look nice. The columns are all of proper width. Okay, now what do? I want to format it. So if you see here I had formatted it nicely, right, with the blue and white. Okay. Uh, okay. So now you see this, even though it's not in a table format, okay, but then still whenever I write something here, it takes the format of the previous column, because this this has the same like it is continuing with it. So Excel will know that okay, this is a part of the previous column only. Okay, but let's come here. Okay, now if there is nothing, okay, and I want to write a formula now here. I want to add 100 to my salary. Okay, so I click on salary plus 100. So this is how we do additions or any calculation in Excel. Okay, you can select the cell and you can do addition. So let me just do this, and now I will double click here, so it will flash fill. Okay, so I was discussing about flash fill, right? So when I double click here, it will be filled till the last till the last cell of this column where we have data. So till here, basically till here, it will be filled. Okay, let's just do this. Okay, so now you see it is filled till here. Okay, you saw when I just did this, I had to double click here to get the data here. Okay, let me show you now one good thing. Okay, so the good thing is about table. So I do a control A, or you can just click also, it doesn't matter. So you click in the home tab, you come for format as table. Okay, so you just select which format you want. Okay, if I select this, now it will ask you for the where is your data for your table. Now because I selected one of the cells inside the table, my entire table got selected. Okay, my table has headers. I click because yes, they have. Now I click OK. So now you see my table got formatted so nicely with banded rows. These are called banded rows where I have white, blue, white, and blue consecutively. So these are called banded rows. Okay, now everything is sorted so nicely, right? This is blue, and I will always have these filters coming in. Okay. Also, one good thing is now if I go up, I scroll up, I can still see my column headers coming in here. Okay, I can still see the column headers coming in here. um okay, so now what we will do is, if I click here and I can see everything like the filters, how we do show sort and filters. One good thing now is if I click here, if I come here and I do equal to, when I click here, right, it will show me the column name. Previously it used to show me the cell name, right, which if this is H2, so it will show you H2. But now because I have formatted my data as table, it is showing me the column header, which is salary. And now what I'll do is I'll just add 100 to this. Now just focus. So when I put an enter, right, my complete column now has the same formula. Okay, so table is much intelligent, so it will just fill your cells with what you wanted to do. Okay, you don't need to drag and do anything. Just go here and you can just give some name. Okay, increased. Okay, so now you just renamed your column, and now this is a part of your table with the same formatting and everything same. Okay, so table gives you a leeway of doing your formatting very quickly. You don't need to sit and think of what format you want because these are the standard formats. Okay, also one thing, when you click anywhere outside table, you don't get the table formatting options. Only when you click inside a table, you get the table formatting options. So you see here table styles, you can change the table style from here. Okay, I can get this. Now, if for a table design, you will have header row. So header row has a different kind of format. Okay, if you don't do, then it will go off. Then total row we don't need right now. Okay, because we don't have anything total to. Then banded rows. Okay, that it's blue, dark blue, light blue. This are called banded rows. Then you have first column. If you want to highlight your first column, okay, like this. Otherwise, not required. Last column you want to highlight. Okay, sometimes we will have total here. Okay, and now if you want to have banded columns, so you can have this. Okay, so it looks nice. And filter button, if you want to remove, you can do that obviously with here. Okay, there are many things here like slicer. Okay, we will see everything. You know what is remove duplicates. Okay, so if you want to do slicer and all those things, we will do this. Okay, in later class. Okay, now here what you have is a table name. So what you want, so now if you want, you can rename this table. I can just name this as the employee table. Okay, sorry, it's already actually is this emp. Yeah, okay, this is my employee table now. Okay, I can one more thing is I can resize the table. Resizing means right now it has data from A1 to L108. So I can just tell that just take till 100. So now if you see what happens is the formatting is only till 100, and from 101 there is no formatting because it's not taking the value. And also, you remember we did this as salary plus 100, okay? Now this is also doing m tab salary plus 100, but now this is not a salary column anymore, right? It is just a value. So because it's not able to find it out, so it's showing a value error. Value error means the value is not found, that is this value, it is not being resolved, okay? Hence it is not getting the value. Okay, so these are the advantages of using table over just formatting it yourself, so that helps you. Okay, next thing which I will show you is to freeze panes. Okay, now what is freeze panes? So now for example, I showed you in table what happens is whenever you, okay, so if let me just get you a table. Okay, so whenever this is a table, right, the column headers, it will show up whenever you scroll, the headers will show up. But this is not the case for a normal data where it is not a table formatted. Okay, it's a normal data. So what you do in that case is if you want to freeze the first pin so that even if you scroll up, your first header row should be visible. Should you go to view, okay, you have freeze top row. Now you see a line coming here now, right? So now if I scroll, my first row is still intact. Same way, if I want to freeze my first column, what I do is I go to view, freeze first column. So now you see the line went off from the first row and it came to first column. And now if I drag it even like this, my first column will be intact. Okay, let me remove it, unfreeze panes. Now if I want to freeze both the first row and the first column, okay, what did I do? Sorry, where it went? Let me unfreeze panes first. So I want to freeze the two rows, first two rows and the first column. So what I do is I can select here, which is after the first two rows and after the first column. I just select this cell here. I go to freeze panes and I click on freeze panes. So now you see this completely is frozen, the first two rows and the first column is frozen. Why? Because I selected this cell, because this cell is just after the first two rows and after the first column. Okay, so this is how you should know that how do you freeze both rows and columns, and if you want more than one row and one column to freeze, how do you do that? Now if I wanted to freeze just the first row and first column, I would have selected this cell, because this comes just after the first row and comes just after the first column. Okay, so I would have selected this cell to freeze. Okay, so this is how you would freeze your first rows and first columns in, or any columns or any rows in Excel. Okay, so the next thing that we will see now is, so we did till freezing panes on how to freeze panes. Okay, next thing what we will see is how to spell check. Okay, these are easy things, so I will see it quickly. Okay, so like I told you that in case you don't remember anything, okay, so where exactly is, see, spell check and review. So with the name itself you understand that okay, it will be somewhere in the review section with spelling. In case you don't remember, which is very much okay, if you don't remember something, just Excel has given us this. Okay, so just search here for spelling. Yeah, so I get this. So with this, it will give you the spelling check in case you have made some wrong anywhere. So it will give you, for example, SEO it is the name of a person, but then Excel doesn't identifies it because it's again a proper noun. So it will give me some suggestions. If I want to change the suggestion, I will click on change. Okay. If I want to change SEO to SEA, wherever SEO is coming, for example, here also SEO is coming, I want it to SEA. So I click on change all. Okay. And if I don't want to change only for this and I want to see if this is coming again or not, so I just click on ignore once. Okay. then more. This is also coming. If I want, I can ignore once, but if I want, whenever there's more coming in, I don't want it to change everywhere. Okay, so I click on ignore all, so wherever more will come, your spelling will not go in there. Okay, that is the difference between ignore once and ignore all. Okay, and you can iterate through all this. Okay, it will go until and unless your spelling check is done. Once your spelling check is done, it will move on to your grammar check. Let me just quickly go for ignore all. Okay, done. Do you want to continue checking at the beginning of the sheet? So it will, because we check started from middle, right? That's why it's showing. Spelling check is complete, you're good to go. Okay, so you are done with your spelling and grammar check. Okay, so this is very easy, and right now because it's just the name, so you don't get anything. But when you get some data which is not formatted, and some data which many users have inputted, so there will be some mistakes. So it is always a good way to just review the spellings. It's not necessary always that you change the spellings, but reviewing is important. Okay, next what we have is print preview and print. Okay, so print preview, we get the shortcut from here. If not, you can go to file and you can click on the print. Okay, so here you can see the print preview, how it is coming, how it will be printed on your sheet. So if you want, you can change it. So if you want to only to print some specific sheets, so you can only click on print selection, or you can print the entire workbook. So if you have multiple sheets, you can print all the sheets. If you want to print only the current sheet, you can only click on the current sheet. Okay, now next you have the portrait or the landscape orientation. So landscape makes sense when you have more columns. Okay, remember this. And portrait makes sense when you have more rows. Okay, so when you have more rows, go for the portrait, and when you have more columns, go for landscape. Okay, for letter, if you see, if I do A4, it is better because it is, it has more space now. Okay, margins, you can reduce a width. Okay, let me actually do a narrow margin. Now you see, you get more space. Okay, okay, so like this you can print, and here are the copies which you can do. Okay, so this is print preview and print. Same thing you will get from here also. You came to the same place, this place. Okay, so that was about print preview and print. Next, what we have is shapes. Now, what are shapes and why would we use shapes? Okay, let me open a new sheet. Okay, let's first insert the shape, and then you will see. First, we'll go to view and remove grid lines. So now it looks good. We go to insert. Okay, in illustrations you get shapes. Okay, in illustration you get shapes, so I can select anything. So for example, I can select this flower brackets. Okay, to show the to show a formula. Okay, let me just put it in black. Shape fill is black. Okay, and shape fill, so let the shape outline be black, and weight this. So you see, I have a good looking shape. I click on this, Control C. I click on Control V. Okay, I click it, put it in the same place. Let me just take the grid lines for now. It will be help. It will help me to place it properly. Okay, so I place it here. It looks correct to me now. Yeah. Now I'll just rotate it this way so that it becomes on the other hand side. Okay, so now I have my shape, and I can write whatever I want. A plus b something minus c, which is divided by 20 something. Okay, and if I want to make it look like a formula now, what I can do is I can go to home, I can make it center aligned. Sorry. Okay, so now it looks like a proper formula. And if I view, if I remove the grid lines, so now you see, and I can just put a bottom border. Okay, so now you see it now looks like a proper formula which I have written with two curly braces. Generally, if you had a curly brace, it would only come here, right? It will not come in the in its entirety. So for that we use the shape. Okay, now now I made you understand why would we need a shape. Okay, now let's quickly go through how did we do this. I went to illustrations, I went to shapes. Okay, I can now select any other shape. So let me just select a rectangle. Okay, this shape let me select, and we'll put it on top of this. Okay, now you can edit your shape. Okay, you can have points, edit points, so you can, you know, increase this point. Okay, like this, your points can be increased. Okay, and decreased and many things. Okay, and then you click on it, because if you don't click on it you won't get the shape format. Okay, if you click somewhere you won't get the shape format, so you need to click on it. Okay, then you can have a text box on it. So if you want to write something you can write on it. For that you need text box, put it here, and then write your text box. Okay, whatever text you want to write. Right now I don't want to write any text. Okay, let me get over it. I click here, shape format, shape fill. I can go with no fill, because with no fill I can see whatever was there below it. Okay, you can have many other shape fills, so you can choose, you know, as per you want. So no fill, shape outline. Let me put it for maybe yellow or red, on maybe or purple better. And weight. Okay, so now I have a proper shape here. With effects, if you want to give it some effects and all, you can always do that. Okay, with some glow with it. Now if you had some text inside it, you could have formatted that text here from here with text fill, text outline, and text effects. Okay, you could have done that from here. Okay, and then bring backward, bring forward. Right now doesn't make sense for bringing forward, because you don't have any fill, so whatever was there, you know, below or on the other side of it, you can very easily see that. So otherwise you can do bring forward or bring backward. Okay, you can do this. Okay, you can align it. Okay, so if for example if I had some filling, okay, let me just show you with the filling quickly. Okay, if I had a filling here, I can just do it send to okay, send to back. Okay, so it went to entire back, but because the text was in a cell, so it's not showing up. Okay, okay, so this is how you do for your shapes. Okay, now just imagine that you want to create a waterfall model. Waterfall model is if you have 5 steps to be done for something to achieve. Okay, for example, you want to, you know, open your computer with a desktop. First step is to switch on your switches. Okay, the power switch. Then you should switch on your CPU. Then you should switch on your monitor, right? And then you should put in your password when the user screen comes, and then it will open. So there are some 4 to 5 steps which we need to follow to open a computer, right? So these steps can be shown in a waterfall model. And now if you want to show it in this way, so for example you have a box here and then put another arrow. So you put another arrow here after this, and then you put another box. over here. You again format it in this way. Okay, even if you don't format, what you can also do is copy paste, right? So copy paste, okay, and then you write things here, and then again you put an arrow like this. So this takes long time. Also, there is an issue that in case you made 4 steps, you forgot to add one step in the middle. Now again you have to rearrange all the shapes which you have done. Okay, again you have to do that. So to avoid those scenario, what you can do is, instead of having shapes, you can do smart art. Okay, you can do smart art. Now what is a smart art? I'll show that you. Okay, insert. Okay, sorry, I don't know where smart art is. Okay, it is though here, I don't know. So what I'll do then, I'll go smart art, insert smart art. Okay, now let's take a process. Okay, or a cycle. Okay, cycle looks good. Okay, so I can change the design. Okay, not this, maybe. Okay, this looks good with different colors. Now I can write something here. Okay, I can write A, I can write B, I can write D, E, F. Okay, now for example, I did this. Okay, this is how we write data in it. So A, B, C, D, E, F. Then you can write many things. If you want to change the font, everything you can do, right? So you have to format. For the font, you can change it. Text fill, text outline, everything you can change. Okay, so right now it is not selected. Or you can change it. Now, the saying that I did this cycle, but I forgot to add C here. So do I have to remove this D and make adjustments so that I can write in C here? No, I don't need to do that. Okay. I can click here. I can click add shape after. If I would have clicked on D, then add shape before. Okay, so add shape after, and you get the cell here, or the shape as you call it. Okay. Sorry, it was C. Okay, so it's that easy that you just need to click on add shape, and this will take the size and shape on its own. Okay, you don't need to do anything on that. Okay, so this is what smart art is. Like I showed you, add shape before and after. Okay, then there's a text pen, which is this one. You can close this also. Okay, obviously we will close it. So with this, whatever was on the right hand side came to the left hand side and vice versa. Okay, you can click something, you can add bullet points inside. Okay, you can move down. Okay, so you can move this down like this, so it just circled a bit. So B, A, C, D, E, F. Okay, you can move up. Again, it came to the correct place. Now what you can do is, for the format, you can click on change shape. So if you want to change this shape particularly, okay, only this shape got changed, others are still the same because only this was selected. Okay, you can make this larger a bit so that it goes in sync. Okay, or you can do smaller also. Next is shape outline. So for everyone, if I click on shape outline, okay, and then shape effects, so you can put something like this, some shape effect, okay, to make it look good. Okay, and then You can have an alt text. So in case this shape is not visible to someone, if someone is using the old XLS format, so obviously this shape won't be visible. So what you can do is, alternatively, you can write some text here that this was a smart art. Okay, right now it's of no use to you, but only if this smart art doesn't comes up in front of someone, so that person will get smart art text written. Okay. Okay, you can increase or decrease the height. Okay, one more thing which you can do is you can convert this to shapes. Now if you convert this to shapes, what will happen is, wait, it will have a shape format now. So it will be, how you look after a shape, you will do that. Okay, so this is how you do a smart art. Okay, moving on to the next thing. So smart arts, let me tell you once again, smart arts are used when you have a process to show or a list to show, and you want to format it in a very beautiful manner. You use smart arts. Okay. Now next is pictures. So what you can do is you can, insert a picture. So let me first download a picture. Download a picture of some cake. Okay, so we are learning from long. Let's look at some good cakes and be happy. Okay, so okay, not like this. I get some cake, just download any of them, save images. Okay, so I downloaded. Okay, downloaded. Okay, let's have this colorful rainbow cake. Okay, so I downloaded it. Now let me open it. Okay, so insert, again illustration, pictures. Okay, from this device you can do from stock images, or online pictures also you can do. Okay, so I have my picture here for the cake. What I can do is, for this cake picture, I can go to picture format. Okay, then I can do the compressed picture, but not needed. So picture border is something important. I click on black. Okay, and I give a bit more weight. Okay, it looks nice. Picture effect if you want something. Okay, so you see there's a difference which has come than a normal picture. This is because of um the effects that we gave. Okay, next. Okay, so next is bring format and bring forward and send backward. Now this is something which is common for every shape or any object in Excel. Why? Because just now I've put it in front of the box, right? So if I click on send bring to front, to it is in the front only, but if I want to send it backwards, send to back, see both of them came on top of this. Okay, same way. Okay, you can just get it on the front also. Okay, it came up. Okay, moving ahead. What do we have next? We have the screenshot. Now what is a screenshot? We can easily go in Windows and we can take, like, snipping tool, and we can take some screenshot and all, right? So let's see what happens when we click on screenshot. Now if I click on screenshot, it will show me all the list of the open windows of which I can take a screenshot of. So if I take a screenshot of maybe this window itself, where I have my data. So once I click there, you see I don't have to do anything. This automatically comes as a picture. Okay, nothing to be done. It is that is this. No need to go to snipping tool, and it comes up, and then you do a control C and then do a control V. Okay, no. It is directly uh the page which was shown. Okay, everything comes in. So this is what screenshot is. Again, screenshot is nothing but an image, right? So you can do the same formatting, whatever you did for the image now on this. Same formatting. Okay. You can crop the photo. Okay, if you want. I don't want anything else. I just want this to come up and crop. So you see now only HKR trainings is coming up. Okay, everything else is removed. So you can also give a shape like a height and a width of the shape. You can increase or you can decrease. Okay, you can do this. So this is how you work with the shapes. And what else do we have here? Hyperlink. Okay, now we will see what is hyperlink. Now, for example, I am in this sheet and I want to, open Google, for example. Okay, so what do? I go to insert. Okay, then I go to links. Okay, so then you have links. So what I do is existing file or a web page. Okay, so I write www.google.in and okay, text displays Google. I want Google to be shown, and when someone clicks on this text Google, Google dot in the shot should come in. Okay, so you see now Google has come. Now I click here, it takes me to Google. Okay, directly from my page. Now, if I want to work with this, that is something maybe I want to change Google to something else, Google web page, something like that. So I need to click on Control and then select it. Okay, otherwise I can't select it. If you can click, it will open up the Google, but I don't want to click it just to select it. So Control and press. Okay, it will work. Okay, next hyperlink is when you want to link um, two sheets. For example, this is somewhere in the middle sheet. Okay, now I want to have a back arrow and a front arrow. Back arrow will take me to sheet 5, front arrow will take me to sheet 6. Okay, so what do? I insert a shape, right? So for arrow is what I want. Okay, so I make two arrows. Now with this I want to go to the previous sheet, which is sheet 5, and with this I want to maybe go to sheet 2. Any sheet you can go, but this arrow generally indicates back and forward, so I'm doing this. So how do I link this shape to my sheet 5? Oh, sorry, this sheet to sheet 2 and this to sheet 5. So I go click on this. Okay, insert link, place in this document. So I click sheet 5, right? So I click sheet 5 and cell A1. Okay, so now I select this and link, and again please in this document, so it's sheet 2. Now I will just click on C3 and we'll see what happens. Okay, so now when I go and click here, it goes to A1. See, the cell which is selected already here is A1 when I click. But now when I go and click on this, it selects C3, which is already selected. So whatever you put there, right, that will be selected. That cell will be selected in that particular sheet. Okay. You can also link any data, earlier from your something which you have opened earlier. You can select that. Mm. Okay, so that is about how to link your text in Excel. And also, like I told you, whenever you want to you know do some changes to it, always press control and then do it. Okay, see, control and select the shape. Now I can make the changes, and you have these points. Obviously you can make whatever points you want, whatever changes you wanted to do. Okay, you can do many things, okay, with the shapes, the points and all. So explore it a bit, okay, when you do it on your own. Okay, so with this we kind of come out of the general functions that we have in Excel. Okay, now we go into more on the functions. Okay, now we start with the functions, which is a very interesting part, and this is what is going to help you in um making your work faster. Okay, and you can be more productive, do lots of work in very short time, because you will know such functions which can do the work for you very easily. See, Excel is magic. Okay, yeah, if you do something for the first time, a function, and it does the work, you will say, oh, it's magic, right? But then it's something, if you know, you can also do the magic. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll start with rand now. Okay, so the next function is, or the first function we are going to study is rand, array nd. Now, what is this rand function? So, rand function in Excel is also known as the random function. Okay, in Excel, what does this do? This formula generates a random value which is greater than 0 but is lesser than 1. Okay, and the distribution is even among these numbers if used on multiple cells. Okay, the important thing to remember is that when we recalculate the formula, the result will change. So you see, okay, I'll explain you each and everything, whatever we speak here. Okay, so here we have put the formula for rand, okay, array nd, and whatever it can produce a value between 1 and 0. Okay, any value. So you see 0.99, 0.24, 0.29. Okay, any value between 0 and 1 it will produce. So it's not below 0, because if below 0 it would indicate a negative value, so it will not do that. It will produce a value between 0 and 1. By the way, you can multiply the output with a minus to get a negative number. Okay, let's see in action how does this work. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I have some values of rand. Okay, which is, for example, this is 0.99. It's some value. Okay, so it has been put to a small. It has been like rounded off to 2 digits. Okay, so let's see how did we do this. First, understand how is a formula typed. Okay, so if I show you how a formula is typed, so we take a cell. Let's. There's too much of clutter here. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm deleting sheets. Okay, all sheets together. You click and delete. Best thing. Okay, so what I was saying is, how do we put the formulas now? To type in a formula, either you be on the cell and you put equal to and you start typing the formula. For example, rnd rand. Okay, and a function always has a starting and an ending bracket. Okay, it can either have something within it or it can be empty as well, but a function will always be accompanied or ended by a starting and ending brackets. Okay, round brackets. Sorry. Okay, so after you are done with the starting and ending bracket, what you can do is you can click on enter. Okay, so what we see is we get some value here. Now you can write a function here or you can also write a function here. Okay, so you can go here and you can write array and you get the same thing. Now both the places you can do. Okay, you can also click on this fx. So this is the formula function. Okay, this is the function dialog box. Type a brief description of what you want to do and then click go. Okay, or select the category of mostly recently used. So if I click on most recently used, just now I typed ran and previously I used this function, so all these are coming. Okay, so I click on most recently used, I can click on ran. Okay, I won't go for the other functions because that is still yet, I should tell you. So ran and okay. Okay, right now this function takes no argument, that's what it's showing. Otherwise this dialog box would have asked us to put the arguments in it. And okay, now if you see for all these values, right, whenever there is a change in the sheet, the values changes. So you see, if I press 1 here, see the value changed. 2, again the value changed. 3, again the values changed. So basically whenever there is any change, whether you are putting a value, you are deleting a value, or anything you're deleting from the sheet, you are adding something to a sheet, anything you're doing, the value generated by rand will change. Okay, the value generated by rand will change. Now how to make sure that the value generated does not change? This is a hack which is very easy. You select everything. Okay, do a control C. Okay, by control C what we do is we copy the values. Okay, then what we do is we right click here and then we paste the values. Okay, we right click and then we paste the values. So by this what happens is, now if I already have some values generated, so if I now make a change, so if I write 4 here, it doesn't change. If I delete this won't change because the function is no more there. Till the function is there in the back, your values will change. But now the function has gone and we have pasted the values. Okay, we didn't paste the formulas. Hence, the values will not change. So if you want the values in the same place where the formulas were written, you do a control C and control V and paste those values in the same location, or you can do a control C control V and you can paste it basically in a different location. Okay, wherever you want, maybe in the same place or maybe a different place you can do. Okay, so this is how rand works. Now let's see some examples of rand. Okay, so I have here these numbers were pasted as values. Okay, so how you have these numbers, right? Just now we saw. Okay, and if you see, these are also very big, so if I want to reduce them, I will go to home and I'll decrease the decimals. You see the decimal decreases, but still here it is actually the original value. What we see here is 2 decimals. Okay, next, if you want to show any decimal value which is with the point between 0 and 1. Okay, So what will you do then? If you have to put some value between 0 and 100, some decimal value, okay? So you multiply 100 with rand, because this is nothing but it will give you some decimal values, and you multiply it and you will get this number, okay? So this is the formula, and this will give this output, okay? Next, to get something between 5 and 10, so you can, put a formula. So basically whatever you want, okay, you want something between 1 and 10, okay, you want between something 1 and 100, okay, so between 1 and 10 means you multiply with 10, you 0 and 100 you multiply with 100, okay. So if you want decimal, then you can use this rand and multiply it with whatever you want, okay, or add it. So you want to add a random decimal value to maybe 50, so 100, maybe 50 plus rand, okay, you can do that. Okay, here what we did is, instead of having rand as number, see these all are numbers, but here what we did is we put it as time. See, the numbers change because this was directly a function. See, the numbers change. So what we did is, after putting here rand formula, we went here and we changed the type to time, so it will keep on having a various time, as per as whenever there is a change in the sheet, it will have its own sweet time, okay. So that is what rand is. Okay, rand generates a number which is between 0 and 1. Now we have something called as rand between. Now what this will do is, rand between is the Excel formula that can generate random numbers between two numbers. Okay, this is a volatile function and keeps changing when any change occurs in the worksheet. Okay, so whenever there is a change in the worksheet, like the previous one, it will change. But here, instead of having a number between 0 and 1, it can generate any number between the starting and the ending point you tell it. And also, this is not a decimal number generator. This is a whole number generator. Okay, this will generate whole numbers. Let's see how this works. Okay, so now I have rand between. Okay, let me just write it here, is equal to rand between. Okay, one quick thing, whenever you are writing a function, okay, rand, so mine is rand between. Okay, so once I write rand, I have now now I'm left with three options only. Okay, so I can very easily use my arrows to go down rand between. Okay, press on tab. So once I press tab, now it will ask me the arguments. So if you remember, in rand we didn't have any arguments, the brackets were empty. But for rand between we do have arguments. Okay, so we need to give the bottom and the top argument for rand between. Okay, so what do we do for that? Let's, if I want something between 10 and 20, 10 and 20, and now I can drag. Okay, so it will just generate random numbers every time. Okay, so that is rand between. Okay, next, what I can also do is I can just write it here like this, and I can drag it also. Okay, so it will generate random numbers wherever you drag the function. Okay, now if I want to generate random numbers between 0 to 100, okay, and that should be a decimal number, so what do? I multiply rand between and rand. So rand between will give me some numbers between 0 and 100, and rand will give me some random decimal number. Okay, by this I can get a whole number as well as a decimal number, both in random. Okay, then rand between. Okay, now what we will see is how to generate random random letters. Okay, so there is something called as ASCII value. Okay, ASCII character. What is ASCII character? Now there is from 65 to 90. If you know, 60 ASCII character is American Standard Code for information interchange. Okay, ASCII code is American Standard Character for information interchange. Now what happens is, if you see in a keyboard right now, you see A, B, C, D, the keys, right? Each key has a value. Otherwise, how will computer know which key did you press? Because for computer, everything is a key, right? So each key has a value which denotes the key. So for example, if the computer gets a signal for 65, it will know that, okay, capital A has been pressed. Now, if the computer gets the signal of maybe 70, okay, so computer will know it has got the um, signal for capital A B C D E, right? So this is how computer will know. Again, for small letters also you have ASCIIs. Okay, so you have, for numbers you have ASCIIs. Okay, so you can Google search the ASCII value chart and you can get all the ASCII keys. Okay, right now we are dealing only with the capital letters. Okay, so if we see here, I want to generate a random ASCII value number. First, understand how do we translate a number to a letter. Okay, there is a function called as char. Whatever number you put inside it, it will generate its character value. So if I put here 70, it will generate F. Okay, now if I put 55, it was 7. Okay, for 40, it is a bracket. So you understand, for each key that we have, each character that we show in the screen by typing something in the keyboard, that has a character value. Okay, now we know how to generate a character from a number. Now we also learned how to generate a random number, right? So what I can do is, inside char we need to put the number, right? So basically the number generating function should be inside char logically, because once I generate the number, that number will be taken by char to generate the letter, right? So first I need to generate the number, and for generating the number, it's ran between, with the bottom being 65 and top being 90. Okay, and I close the bracket. Okay, now I can just select it, and the random letters will be generated. Okay, so this is how we generate random letters using char and ran between. One more important thing that we learned from this exercise is, we can loop one function inside another. So we had this ran between function which was put inside the char function. Okay, the output of the ran between, so ran between took the arguments of the low and the higher numbers. So the output of the ran between acted as an input for char. So instead of directly writing the number, we generated the number using ran between for char. Okay, now this is how we generate year, month and date. Okay, now first let's understand the date function. Okay, so whenever you want to generate a date, what we do, we can write a date like this. First the year 2023, month is maybe 0 May, this 8. Okay, so I generated 28 May 2023. Now I know that, okay, for date I need 3 arguments. First is the year, second is the month, and third is the date. Now just imagine, I can very easily generate dates. How? I can just change this. I can put ran between, and I can put a year range from 2020, from maybe 2020 to 2023. I can put a month range. Month range is fixed because it's 1 to 12. Year date range is fixed because it can be 1 to 31, right? And then I can just put this all together here inside the date function, and I can showcase it. Okay, let's see how did we do it. So instead of 2023, again we will generate the year. So I'll put ran between. Okay. Lower will be 2020, higher will be 2023. Then instead of month, I'll put ran between again 1 comma 12 because we have 12 months. And then for date, again ran between 1 comma 31. Now you see I generated a random date. Okay, so this is how you can generate random dates. Again, you see here we um because okay, so date needs 3 arguments for year, month, and date. For each of year, month, and date, we generated them randomly using ran between function instead of hard coding the value. Right, we generated them randomly. So this is how you can loop in one function inside the other. Okay, so the next function is blank. Okay, now what is blank? Is blank is an Excel function. Okay, it's a logical function that checks if a target cell is blank or not. Okay, it returns the output true if the cell is empty, which is either blank or false if the cell is not empty. Okay, it is also known as the referencing worksheet function and is grouped under the information function of Excel. So is blank is nothing but it gives the information about a cell, right? So it is the information function. And what does is blank exactly does? It says if a cell is blank or not. If a cell is blank, it will return true. It will, if the cell is not blank, it will return false. Okay. So let's see how this works. Okay. So I have some values here. And I want to check if the cells are blanks or not. Okay, so what do? I write is blank of this cell. The value is my this cell. And then what I can do is I can drag this formula. So whenever we drag a formula, right, the referencing changes. What do we mean by referencing? So right now the reference cell is A2. We are checking for A2 if it is blank or not. Now we dragged it down, now A2 will change to A3 because we are dragging it down. So 2 changes to 3, 3 changes to 4. If we had dragged it like this, it would have changed, right? Now A2 changes to B2 because we're dragging now vertically. So A2 changes to B2. Okay, now B2 changes to C2. Okay, but the 2 is now remaining constant because it's the same row, only the columns are changing, right? So this is how we can, keep on, changing the rows and the columns. Okay, by dragging the referencing changes. Okay. Now these are the some real-time implementation of is blank where we can see what is blank is. But before going to this, we will see some other functions. Okay, some other things we will see that is important for us to know before going there, and that is if. Okay, what is if? If is a function in Excel that evaluates whether a given condition is met and returns a value depending on whether the result is true or false. It is a conditional function of Excel which returns the result based on the fulfillment or non-fulfillment of the given criteria. Okay. So for example, if the formula in Excel can be applied as follows. If, then first we check the condition. If this condition is true, then value B is executed. If this condition is false, then C is executed. So see, the if Excel condition returns value B if condition A is met, and returns value C if condition A is not met. Okay, it is often used to make logical interpretations which help in decision making. Okay, the if Excel condition accepts the following arguments, which is the logical test, which is the condition. If it is true, so it refers to the condition to be evaluated. The condition can be a value or a logical expression. Okay, then value if true, so if value if true is this, if the value returned as a result when the condition is true, then value if false is value C here, so which is, it is a value returned as a result when the condition is false. So now you see one example here. Okay, I'll explain more about this example in the later stage. Okay, because for this you need to know or as well. Okay, okay, let's see some if conditions. Okay, now what we see here is we have some planets information given here, right? And we want to see if life exists in these planets or not. Okay, so when we have these planets here given, and is oxygen available? No. So if the oxygen is not available, then we should get life not possible. But if the oxygen is available, then we should write life not possible. Okay, so let's do this. How do we do? Is equal to if first the test. Okay, so for the test, see, Excel is very nice. Okay, very nice to us or the users. So see here, from here I'll get to know what are the inputs I need to put, what are the arguments I need to put in if condition. Okay, so we need to put three arguments here. So first is the logical test, second is value if true, third is value if false. So if you see that value if true and value if false are put in square brackets. So whenever an argument is put in square brackets, it would mean that the argument is optional, and it is, if you skip, at least you won't get an error. Okay, maybe you won't get the correct result, but it will result in an error. Okay, so how do I do this? So if the logical test is this, so if this oxygen is equal to no, then I would say life not possible, right? If it is no, if this condition evaluates to true, then life not possible. If it is yes, that means if this condition evaluates to false, which that would mean life possible. Okay, so I have written, so it gives me the correct answer, that because it's life is, that there's no oxygen, so life is not possible. Let me just drag it down. So it's showing for me, for yes, it's showing life possible. Okay, now this gives me a correct answer, this gives me a correct answer, this also gives me a correct answer. For yes, life not possible. But here for Venus, it's blank. Just imagine we don't know that oxygen is available or not. It's yet to be searched. It's yet to be found. Okay, that yes, Venus does not contain oxygen, or Venus contains oxygen. Okay, so whenever there is such kind of a scenario, you should always first affirm that life not possible, because you can't send anyone without knowing anything, right? You can't send a person, astronaut to Venus by thinking, okay, I don't know oxygen is available or not, it might be available. You can't risk the life. So whenever you don't know about something, you should always say life not possible, ascertain the negative until you know the positive is confirmed. So how do I make a change in this? Okay, so basically what we should have done is, first we should check for yes, only if oxygen available, we for surety we know that okay, oxygen is available, then write life possible. Okay, otherwise write life not possible. Okay, now if I drag this, now you see life not possible being showing up here. So it evaluates this. If this is true, that is, if this is true, if it's before yes, true, but here before is no, that means it is false. And because this is false, the second argument, or the third argument is executed. For this also it is no, right? And it should be yes, ideally. So this is false. Then again, this third argument is executed. Same for this. It is not yes. I know there is nothing, but it is not yes at least. Hence, the second argument is executed. But for the fourth one, this matches. It is yes. So life possible, and the second condition gets executed. So this is how we deal with the if condition. Okay. Moving ahead for a leap. Okay. For leap years. Okay, we'll do leap year later. Okay. Next thing is down B and down C. So if a driver moves left, then the destination will be town C. Okay. If it is right, then town B. Again, it's the same condition. I'm not typing it. If B2 is equal to left, then town C, else town B. Okay. So here we don't have any scenario where it is a blank. Okay. So we can very easily write this condition itself. Even if you write B2 is equal to right, then for this, instead of town C, the first condition would have been town B, because B2 right is for town B. Okay. And if that is not true, then it could be town C. Okay. Okay. Now we will come back to this is blank example. Okay. So what we were checking here is, if the name is blank, then okay, if the last name is blank basically, then put it as incomplete name. Okay, otherwise put as complete name. So what do I do? See here, what I have done is B2, which is my last name, that is false. Okay, so is blank, it is false, it is false. Okay, why is, okay, it's A not B. Fine. This is blank is true, which means if it is true, it should be incomplete name. Okay, again this is true, see, it is false, so there's nothing here, so it is true. So what do I write here? Is equal to, if, now in logical test, previously what we did is we checked with an equal to sign. Okay, basically the output should be a true or false. Whatever you write here, the output should be true or false. So instead of writing any equal or any operator, we can write a function which gives us a true or false output. So is blank, which gives us a true or false output. I check this. Now if this is blank, then I'll write incomplete. Okay, otherwise I will write complete. Okay, and I enter. This gives me complete, and then these two are incomplete. Then again complete, because our criteria was last name should be filled. So complete, incomplete. Now if the last name is also not filled, then what we can do is, if you see this condition now, first what we checked is, okay, first what we checked is if A2 is blank. So if A2 is blank, so that means the name is blank. That means give me incomplete name. But was A2 blank for this case? No, A2 was not blank. So we move on to the second part of the if condition, or the third argument. Okay. Now the third argument checks if B2 is blank. Is B2 blank in this case? No. Then we go to its false part of argument, which gives me the complete name value. Let's go to the next function. Okay, this also looks same, so we will have the same output. Let's go to this, Diana, and last name is space. Okay, so here what we do, we first check if A4 is blank or not. A4 is not blank, that means this condition evaluates to false, so we can't go into the second argument, we go into third argument. Now in the third argument also we have an if condition. This if condition checks if B4 is blank. Now we see, yeah, B4 is blank here. So now because B4 is blank, we type in incomplete name, and then we come out of the function. Now same goes for Mary also, but let's see for Rogers. Here the first name is missing. So we check, is A6 blank, which is the first name. Now we see, yes, A6 is blank. So we go to the second argument this time, and then we press in the complete name. And once we press in the complete name, it will not go into the third part of the argument. It will come out of the loop. Okay, it will come out of the loop if we do this. Okay, so this is how you can write. You can loop in multiple ifs, if inside if, and you can write a function. Okay, for example, this one, if it is empty, if is blank is true, then write is empty, otherwise write not empty. Okay, this is how you can do this. Whenever you are inside a function and you have may mistakenly pressed some other value, so for example, instead of this I pressed this C9, which is not correct. I just pressed escape and I come out. Okay, this was a short tip for you. Okay, we move on to the next function. Okay, before that, in if, these are the operators that we have, which is equal to, greater than is equal to, less than is equal to, and not is equal to. Okay, so these are the operators that we have in if condition. Okay, so the next thing that we learn is vlookup. Okay, okay, so the next what we see is now vlookup. Okay, so what is vlookup now? It is a function, it is an Excel function that searches for a particular value and returns a corresponding match based on a unique identifier. A unique identifier is uniquely associated with all the records of the database. For instance, employee ID, student roll number, customer contact number, seller email address, etc. are unique identifiers. Now, uh, before I start explaining this, understand VLOOKUP is the most hyped function of Excel, and in any interview you go, mostly they ask us any case statement based on VLOOKUP. Okay, so VLOOKUP is kind of important for us to understand. Okay, now what is VLOOKUP? So it will basically, you want to search for a value in a very big list and you want some of its corresponding values to be returned. Okay, so for example, I have a very big list and I have a seller's ID. Okay, I have some 10 sellers ID and I have a very big list, another list of maybe 1,000 sellers ID. I want to find if the 10 sellers which I have the small list, are they present in my 1,000 seller list or not? This 10 sellers, maybe these are the sellers which were banned from, selling in the market. And I want to see, is my marketplace, which I have opened recently, are these sellers present in my seller list or not? Okay, if they are present, I would need to remove them. So I can search for those sellers, okay, in my seller list. See, the easy way out for this in Excel is to do a control F, by which we can, find out if that seller exists or not. But when you have many sellers to search for, maybe some 100 sellers out of 1,000, doing control F for each of them and finding if they're present or not doesn't make sense. Okay, so what we do in that case is we use VLOOKUP. Okay, so we need to have a unique identifier like a seller ID or something, or seller number, to search if the seller exists or not. Okay, that is the unique identifier we're talking here. Okay, the function accepts 4 arguments: lookup value, table array, column index number, and range lookup. The first 3 are mandatory, while the fourth is the optional. Okay, so the first one is the lookup value. So what is the lookup value? It is a required value which is important. You can't remove it. It represents the value that we want to look up for in the first column or of a table or data set. Then we have the table array, which is where we want to search. So it represents the data set or data array that is to be searched. Okay, Third is the column index number. This is, so for example, if you want to, if you search for a seller ID, and if you want to search for its number, so whichever column the number is stored, you give its index. Okay. We will see when we do it in live, like how do we put column index. And range lookup is, you give either true or false. True means there is an approximate match, false means exact match. Okay. So if you see the definition, it says optional, represents or defines what the function should return in case it does not find an exact match to the lookup value. This argument can be set to false or true, where true indicates an approximate match, that is the closest match between the lookup value in case the exact match is not found, and false, indicating an exact match, that is, it returns an error in case the exact match is not found. The true can be substituted for 1 and false for 0. So instead of writing false, you can write 0 as well. Okay. Generally, in 95 to 96% or 99% cases also, you don't use, or you don't get any scenario where you have to use true, okay, or 1. Generally, we always want an exact match, right? So we'll always go with 0. Okay. So this is my vlookup function. So this is the bigger data set, okay, and this is the smaller data set. Now I am trying to find my ID. Okay, it is 427. I have it here, and I want to search my email ID. Now, like I told you, it's because it's a small list. You don't even need to use a control F. Okay, you can just directly get this data 427. You can see your 427 is here. The email ID is gagan@yahoo.com, and you can put it here. But what if this ID is, this list is very big and this is super big? So in that case, either you do control F, but if this is small, then still control F works. But ideally, the best thing is you should always use vlookup. Remember, whenever you're doing a vlookup, your data should be sorted in either ascending or descending as per your case on the lookup value. So for example, you are searching for ID, right? So in this table, your data should ideally be sorted. So let's sort the data here first. Okay. Okay. So now let's see this. Now let's do this. Is equal to vlookup. First, it's a lookup value. Lookup value means what we are searching. So we are searching for this ID. So we click here, comma, then the table array. Now table array is where we search for the value. So I search this value in this table. Also remember, my table array, my selection will start from the column where my ID is present. Now, for example, if my employee ID was present in this column, right, and name was here, then I would have started my search from here. Okay, but because it is in this first column, which is B, I started from here. Okay, I select the entire data set. Okay, comma. Then column index number. Now, what does this mean? So G5, this is in my first column. Okay, obviously, my whatever I search in VLOOKUP, it is important that it should be present here. Okay, so I search this value in this. Now, if this is the first column in my data set, so I have created a data set of B4 to E10, right? From B4 to E10, this is my data set. Now, if the value is present in the first column of my data set, then in which column is my email present? So if this is the first column, then name is my second column, right? And then email is my third column. Okay, email is my third column. So because I want email here, I put 3, comma, and false. I need to put false. Bracket close and enter. Okay, now like I told you that the reference changes when we drag the formula. So I'll just drag it down. Okay, so Gagan, 427 Gagan, let's check this. 427 and Gagan, yeah, correct. 127 Arundina, 127, where it is, sorry, 175, it's Arundina, right? 169 is not present, correct. 226, it is present, Sahana, but it is not coming, not available. NA means not available. So basically the value which you are searching is not available. 878 is again correct, so it is available. Then what happened to 226? Why it is showing us not available error? Okay, so if I click on a formula and if I press F2, so for some of us it will be F2, for some of us it will be function F2, Fn F2. Okay, so when I press F2, I can see which part of my functions I selected from where. So if you see with the help of color codes, G5 is this, B4 to E10 is this, the red color, and G5 is this blue color, dyslexia, which looks good as per my needs. Now let's go to the second function. Okay, let's see F2. I select G6, which is fine, it should come down. Next, we have B5 to E11, which is B5 to E11. It went down because we dragged it, right? So even the data set range also went one step down, which should not be the case, right? It should still be this. Data set range is fixed. I have to search from this data set, and only this ID should change. So what to do in such cases? Okay, so in such cases, you have to fix your cell. Okay, you fix your data set. Now see, G5 will change. We should not do anything because when we dragged it down, it should change. But B4 and E10 should not change. So you have to press either F and F4, okay, or you press F4. Okay, it is either of the two for all our systems. Okay, so when we press F4 or F and F4, F and F4 means function key and F4 key together. So my column, my cells get fixed. So it is now $B $4 and $E $10. So basically I add dollar in front of my row and column, which means when I drag my B4 to E10, this part will be fixed. Okay, there will be no change in this. Okay, there will be no change in this. Now let's do this and drag it. So now you see, I get Sahana now. So if I press F2 here, what I see is B4 to E10, it's still showing me the same data set. That means that's why I got 226 here and I got its mail ID here. Okay. Now one quick thing in vlookup, I hope till now you have understood here. So one quick thing in vlookup, if I have a duplicating value, not this, let me just put it here. So and the name is now Raj. Okay, and maybe the email ID is Raj here. Okay, so for 167, if you see, okay, it's 167, right? Let's change this to 226 only, maybe. So 226, I have two now, Sahana and Raj. Okay, but you see here we are getting Sahana. Why? Because vlookup searches it vertically, okay, one after the other. So because it got 226 here, it stopped its searching and gave it Sahana. So it Sahana. It will not give any error though, but it will always return the first value it encounters for the value it's being searched for. Okay. Okay, I hope this is clear, and this is nothing but the same thing where we can find the age. Okay, again for the age, what are we doing? We are using this G4 value in D4 to E10. Why? Because here I had ID with me, not the email and name. So I have ID, and ID is in the third column. So what I did is I used the value of G4 in D4 to E10, and then I get the second, because this is the first column in my data set. If you see here, this is the first column in my data set, and age is the second column. So I put second. Okay. I hope this is VLOOKUP is clear now. So now going back, okay, there is this function where we have three functions together. Okay, so we have if, is blank, and VLOOKUP. Now what we are doing, let's see. Okay, one quick tip here: whenever you are having such multiple functions, which one function inside the other, we should first see how the functions is aligned from the start, and then evaluate it from the innermost. So first we have if. In if, first condition we have is blank, and in is blank first condition we have a VLOOKUP. Okay, so what are we searching is, in VLOOKUP we are searching if this item is present. Okay, if this item is present, okay, just hold on. If this item is present in my item list or not. If this item is present, then return me the SKU code. Okay, if this item is present in this data set, it should meet the second value, which is the SKU code, right? Because A2 to B11 items are in the A, which is the first, then SKU code will be my second. So if a value is returned by this, that means is blank will evaluate to false, right? Now, if is blank evaluates to false, for the if condition, it will go to the third argument, which executes only when if blank is false. And when if blank is false, it will do a VLOOKUP, again the same VLOOKUP, and it will get the SKU code, same way how we did here. So there are two uses of VLOOKUP here. Okay, first here VLOOKUP was used to check if this item is present or not. That's it. If the item's SKU code mainly is present or not. If the item's SKU code is present, then is blank is false, and then it goes into the third part of if, right? But in case this VLOOKUP evaluates to NA, which means there is no value which is coming up for VLOOKUP. That means if there is no value coming, that means is blank is true. That is, there is no value for this VLOOKUP. And if is blank is true, that means for if the first condition, the condition evaluates true, and if the condition evaluates to true, we get assign SKU code. Okay, so if that means if the cell is blank, we get assign SKU code. Okay, this might be a bit overwhelming for you. What I would suggest here is you stop the video here, see the formula, understand it, and then maybe copy the data which you have here, you type it out and see how it works. Okay, you try out many combinations with it and see if the combinations works or not. Okay, you try out with it. Okay, so this is about the is blank condition. Okay. Next, a quick thing we will see here also for if and VLOOKUP. So we have an inventory and number of item. Okay. So if the number of item returns to 0, we should show item available. Okay. And if it comes to it's not 0, then we will say item not available. Okay. So what we did in this case, let's check that out. Okay. So we wrote, okay, this functions I'm not writing, I'm just showing it because you have already understood what VLOOKUP is. Okay, these are the advanced parts, so I am showing it to you directly. So first what we see is VLOOKUP. Okay, we get the value. That is the most important thing. We have to see if this condition, if this cell is having some value or it is 0. So what are we doing? We are taking the value from here and we are matching it in our data set. So I take E2, which is keyboard. I say keyboard, okay. And what I want the second value. So if keyboard is the first value, then the second value is 15. So my this value evaluates to 15. Is 15 is equal to 0? No, right? So now because the 15 is equal to 0 is false, I go to the third argument of if, which says item available, because 15 is present, right? There are 15 keyboards still present. Hence we say item available. But now let's take the example of bag maybe. So bag shows item not available, right? So how did this happen? So again, let's start from the innermost function, which is vlookup. I check for this value in my data, which is A2 to B11. Okay, so from E2 to B11, from A2 to B11, I search for back, which is here. I get the second value, so I get the second column number, which is 0, and I equate it to 0. Is this true? Is this 0 equal to 0? True, right? Because this is 0. So it goes to the second part of the if condition, which says item not available, right? So because this item is not available, because it's 0, so item is not available, and that is what is being printed here. Now this form which I'm showing you is kind of a dynamic form, so whatever I select, based on that it comes. It is very easy. We are just using vlookup and if condition, and based on that, the value changes here. Okay, and how do we create this list? I'll show you in the upcoming sometime. Okay, I'll show you in some time how do we create this drop down. Okay. Okay, so next what we see is Hlookup. So let's see how Hlookup is working. Now Hlookup is something very similar to vlookup. Okay, it is nothing but, if you will notice very closely, that's the change of v and h. So v means vertical lookup, h is in the same place means horizontal lookup. Okay, so basically what this means is HLOOKUP is a referencing worksheet function in Excel which uses a reference and finds and matches the value from a row instead of column. That is why the name was given to the formula as HLOOKUP, which means horizontal lookup, where we search for data horizontally in rows, whereas in VLOOKUP we were searching vertically. Remember. Okay. Now there are 4 parameters used for HLOOKUP function, in which 3 are compulsory and 1 is optional. Now the parameters are again exactly the same as VLOOKUP. The first is the lookup value, which we look up. Okay, so the lookup value represents the value which you want to search in the table array. It can be a valuable reference and a string passed in the HLOOKUP formula. Okay, next what you have is the table array. So table array is the raw data where you want to search for the lookup value. Row index number, where it is the number of rows in the table array from which you need the required detail for a particular lookup value. Now this is again same as the column index number, which is the number of the column from which we want to fetch the value. Same, this is for the row. Now the optional parameter, we have 2, 0 and 1, where 1 stands for approximate value and 0 stands for exact value. And like I said earlier, for VLOOKUP, 1 is very rarely used. Like 99% of the cases you won't use 1, you will use 0. But yeah, just you should know that wherever if you see 1 in VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, it means that the match is approximate and not exact. Okay, so let's see how will VLOOKUP work. So VLOOKUP we did. Sorry, now it's HLOOKUP. Let's see. Okay. Now here we have some data which is arranged horizontally. Okay. So we have the regions data here: east, west, north, south. And what all do we have? We have their profit, we have their sales, and we have the date. So in the east region, on a particular date, this was the profit and this was the sales. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to fetch this data from here. Okay, for not and for profit, I want to fetch this data. So how do I do it? Okay, so let's see, is equal to Hlookup. Okay, like I said, when I press H and L, because there is no function which starts with H and L, so we have this. Okay, so we are looking for what? We are looking for not. Okay, where are we looking? In the data set. So like I said, what you are searching in vlookup, if you remember, what you are searching should be in the first column of a data set. But in Hlookup, it's just the opposite. What you are searching should be the first row of your data set. So this is my first row. So basically whatever you're searching should come in my first row, comma. Now the row index number. Now if this is my first row and what I want here is profit. So profits comes in the second row, right? So I put here 2, comma, and then an exact match. So I go with my arrow. I use my arrow to go down to false and I press tab. So I get false. Okay, like this you can select values from drop downs. Now close the bracket and press enter. Okay, so let's see for not 575, right? So for not 575 is the profit. Good, correct. Now let's drag it down, or maybe right, it will not be the case. Why? So if you remember here, this is the data set. Okay, and here this is the data set again. So obviously it's searching for not, okay, but it is still searching for 2. Okay, so that means here it should be 3 because it is sales, and then here it should be 4. Or also if you see this, the window is sliding now. So when I go for east and south, I will not be able to get the values. Okay, so what I need to do is, first here I need to fix my values, fix my cells. So FNF4 and FNF4 or F4, either of the two would work for you. Okay, now let's try to pull it. Okay, it's still showing NA, definitely because it will show 2, but why is it showing NA? Let's see. Here it was showing B, see it is B4 to E7, which is correct, and the lookup value is B10, which means because I dragged it on the right hand side, the cell which I am searching for from A10, it moved to B10 now, which is not correct, right? So what do I do in that case? So remember, whenever you are doing any such things where you are, dragging your formula to the right or down, remember to fix all the things you need. Okay, so right now along with my data set, this is obviously needed. Now if I pull it on the right hand side, I would need to fix my lookup value as well, which is A10. Okay, and not A10 completely, because when you drag it down, I want my 10 to change. That is my row to change from 10 to 11 and 11 to 12. I don't want that to be fixed, but yes, I want my column to be fixed. So what I'll do is I'll just let my A have a dollar sign. So which means my A is fixed and the 10 can change in the later cases. Okay. Now let me pull this here, and now you see this doesn't change. Even this, if I put F2, it's still 18. Okay. And here also it's still 18. Okay. And anyways, the data set is fixed now. Okay, so what we'll do is we will just change this 2 to 3 because it is sales. Okay, so 120 we got it, and for this we do 4. Okay, so this is a number which we are getting. Okay, what do we do with this? We can go to general and we can click on short date. So we get the calc value, same value, 530 28. Now when we have for 1, we can just pull it down for the rest, because now there's no issue, right? Only the referencing is changing, but the formulas for all of them are correct. We have already changed the row numbers as well, row index number. So we just drag it down. Okay, so this is how we do HLOOKUP. Okay, next thing what we have is date. Okay, so here what we are doing is, let me just show this to you. So we are doing HLOOKUP of A20, which is A20. I am looking up it in this data set. So first Jan is searched here, so it got first Jan here, and then we took the second value, which is 10%. Same way, second April is searched here in the first row, but obviously second April is not there, so it comes NA. Okay, so this was about HLOOKUP. Let's see what do we have next. Okay, next what we have is Sumif. Now, what is Sumif? Sumif Excel function calculates the sum of a range of cells based on given criteria. Okay, so we do sum, right? Now, Sumif is an extension, or it is a combination of sum and the if condition. The criteria can include dates, numbers, and text. For example, the formula Sumif of B1 to B15 less than or equal to 12 adds the value in the cell range B1 to B5 which are less than or equal to 12. The formula accepts the following arguments. Okay, range, criteria, sum range. Okay, so range is nothing but it refers to the range of cells on which the criteria is applied. Range of cells means a collection of cells. Okay, a consecutive collection of cells. Okay, criteria, it refers to the conditions that are applied to the range of cells. It determines the cells to be added from the given sum range. Okay, so which cells to be added, that is the criteria. And sum range means now once you have a criteria, now which column or which range of cells should you add. Okay, range and criteria are the required parameters where the sum range is optional. Okay, note that if the sum range is not specified, the sumif function refers to the parameter range as the range of cells to be added, right? So that means if sum of range is not specified, then what it will do is it will take the range as the sum of cells to be added. Whichever cells you specified in the range range column, right? Let's see how does this work. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so here what do we have? Okay, so first let's see what is a sum function. Okay, you know what is a if. Now sum function is nothing but when you want to do an addition. Okay, right now if I want to do an addition of everything here, so what I do, I write is equal to sum and we select this range. Okay, now sometimes this closing bracket is okay if you miss because Excel will automatically put it for you. Okay, so what I see is the total sum is 3,80,000. Now I want to get only the sum of, price which is spent on TV. So you see in equipments we have air conditioner, fridge and TV. Okay, this is what is repeating always. And for few of most of them we have the brands, and for few of them we don't have the brand. So what do? I write, now it is for TV, right? So I write is equal to sum if. Okay, first you see it's asking for range, which means where do I have my condition? So my condition is here, right? Because I have to search for TV and TV is present in this range, which I selected just now. Okay, next the criteria. Now the criteria is it should contain TV. Okay, and then the sum range. Now whichever row it gets TV, it should, take the corresponding price and do the addition. Now it is 198. Let's see if this is correct or not. Okay, I go here. I just select TV. Okay, so it's 198, right? So this is the amount which is spent on TV. Okay, now let's do this. If I, okay, one quick thing, that whenever you are putting this C2 to C12, this should correspond to your B2 to B12. You see, because what happens is how the formula works in behind this. So whenever it gets a row or a cell in the range TV, okay. So I started my data set from here, right? I started from B2, so it went to first cell. It was air conditioning, okay, no, not matching to TV, okay. It went to second cell, okay, it's not matching. It went to third cell, okay, now TV is matching. So what it is because the third cell from the range matched, so from the some range also it will take the third cell. Now for some reason what you did is you started your journey here from the, not from the second cell, maybe you started it from the third cell. So you see, you get a completely different number. Why? Because now it started from, if you see, it started from one next. So basically here it got the third condition as TV, right? So what it's doing is here it is taking TV here, this 38. Okay. Then again this 35. Okay. Again 1, 2, 3, 28. Okay. And then again it's taking this 38. Okay, because TV it got here in the end. So we are getting 443, which is the same as here if you see now. So always remember that you should, match your ranges exactly like what you are searching for as per the range. Okay. Okay, clear. Moving ahead. Now we'll see how to get a non-branded spin. Now if you see my data, not for everyone, not for every equipment we have a brand, right? For the last two we don't have a brand. Now if we have a very big data where for few we have brands and for few we don't, how do we know for which one to, calculate price for, which one doesn't have a brand? So we do have a formula for that as well, is equal to again Sumif. Now range is again, now because we have to deal with brands, so I select the brands. Okay, comma. Okay, now the criteria. Now, how do I, so whenever I have a value to equate, so I can write the value, but right now I don't have a value to equate. So what do? Here, I just write not is equal to. Okay, so not is equal to any of the values, comma, and the sum range. Okay, so when I said not is equal to, it took as 327000. Okay, so now what I'll do is, wait. So when I say 327000, it took all the branded spend, if you see, which means not is equal to null. Okay, just hold on. Okay, so it means not is equal to null. Okay, now when I want to see which are the nulls, okay, nulls means which are the blanks. So not is equal to blank means it, not is equal to means this, it's taking for all the cells which has a brand in it. Now when I want to see which are the blanks, I just do it like this and I get 50,000. Okay, so the previous one which I did is for the non-blanks. We will see in the next example. Okay, so for the next example, if you see whatever I did just now, okay, not is equal to. Okay, moving ahead. Now till now we saw when we equate a value, when we want to get for all the not null values, sum of not null values, and then we want to see it for the null values. Okay, now everything was for one value. Now if what if I want to have two values? Okay, now how do I do that? So maybe I want the sum of TVs and fridge. Okay, so sum if, okay, what happened? Okay, First the range, now the criteria. Now for criteria, what we do is to give two values, I'll use a curly bracket. TV, fridge. Spelling should be exact. Comma, and then the sum range. Okay, as soon as I press enter, you see we have two cells coming, even though I didn't do anything here. Now, what are these two cells? This is TV and this is fridge. Okay, so this is TV and this is fridge. How do I sum this two up? Okay, now how do I sum this two up? So before splitting, what I can do is I can actually sum this two. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put a sum outside, right? If I put a sum outside, what this will do is it will prevent it from splitting. Okay, so what we did is we just got the sum from the splitting. So this is how we can do sum if with multiple conditions as well. Okay, now moving ahead. So just now what we saw is sum if. Okay, now we will see what is sum ifs. Now with the name only we do understand that for sum if it was with one condition, with one if condition, and when I say sum ifs, it is for multiple conditions, sum ifs. Okay, so SumIf is an enhanced version of the SumIf formula in Excel that enables you to sum any range of data by matching several criteria, right? That was one criteria for SumIf. SumIfs have several criteria. For example, if you have sales values based on city-wise across multiple months, then using the SumIf function, we can get the total sales value for the particular city for a particular month. In this case, city and month are the criteria to have to arrive at the sales value. So now you see we have two criteria, city and month both. Previously we were only doing with one. See, in the last example also which I showed you is, it was only for one column we had multiple values. Okay, that's what we did. But here we can work with multiple columns. Okay. The syntax of SumIfs include sum range, criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, and criteria 2, and so on. So you can have multiple criteria, right? So first what you need to do is you need to give a sum range. So the SumIfs formula here, it says first I need to give a sum range, the cells or the range of cells that you want to sum. For example, A1 to A20, and this is a mandatory range. Okay, mandatory attribute. Okay, next what we have, we can put as many criteria range 1 and criteria 1 combinations. Okay, now criteria range 1 is the column which includes the first criteria values. Okay, so basically this is the column we have to select the range, and then we have to give what criteria to select in this criteria range. Same goes with the second. So first we need to select the range where we will find the values, and then in criteria 2 we put what value to find. Okay, no, so in the sum ifs function in Excel, we can enter up to 127 criteria range and criteria pairs. So like this, it is range 1 and criteria 1, right? So like this, we can put 127 values. Okay. So you see this example of sum ifs. We are doing an addition for cost. Okay. So we are doing an addition for the cost. Now the where the range A2 to A9, okay, is greater than 2011. So basically only for the years which is 2011 above, not even 2011, it's 2011 above, and where B2 to B9 is apples. Okay, so if B2 to B9 is apples and A2 to A9 is 2011 above, we get the sum. So let's see this apples. Okay, it sums up 5.1, and this will not sum up because it is 2011 and we wanted above 2011, so that means we only have 5.1 which is coming up here, right? Let's see some live examples for sum ifs. Okay, so now this is my data. Okay, now what I want is the total salary for marketing department. Now, what is total salary of marketing department? You see, the ask is only for marketing department. That means only one column is involved. Okay, so what I do a sum if here. Okay, because only one column, right? So I do a sum if here for marketing department. That means department is here. If you see the data first, what all do we have here? We have employee name, we have the department where the employee is working, then the region, which region the employee is working, when did the employee join, how many years of service did he do in the company, and what was the salary he drew. Okay, now for marketing, so we need to select department, right? So I selected department range. The criteria should be marketing. Okay, then the sum range. Okay, so this is the total of all the marketing department salary. Okay, now if I want department to be marketing and region to be maybe not. So now what I do is I do a sum ifs. Now here first I should put a sum range. In sum if, sum range was the last and optional. Here sum range is mandatory. So first I put what I want to sum up, which is the salary. Now the first criteria. My first criteria is department should be marketing. So I select department column and I put the value of marketing here. And the second criteria was region should be not. So I now select the region column and putting it as north. Okay, so we are done. We wanted only two criteria, so I close it. So I get this number. Let's check both the numbers. Okay, just control X and okay, so we get 3691850. And now if I just filter for the north, I get two values, which is 1503481, 1503481, right? So we could see how we did with multiple criteria range and criteria. I could do for both of them. Okay. So this was Sumif. We will see one more example. So this is kind of an interesting example that we have here. Okay. So we have our departments and we have our regions. Okay. So what do I do here is, okay. So now let's start with this. Okay. I want for each department and for the region, I want the total salary. Okay. For, okay, let me first do that and show it to you. Okay. So is equal to Sumif. And also I am going to write such a formula which which I just need to drag and everything will fall in place. Okay, so I need to go and change the formula for each and every cell. Let's see how do we do this. Sum ifs. First the sum range. So definitely we want a range for the salary, right? So it's very nicely I just select the salary. Okay, next criteria range one. Now I have two criteria that the department should be this whatever is in the left, and the region should be on which column we are working in. So first is the department. Let's select department. Okay, and it should be web, comma. Next is the region. Now region, comma. Region should be this, right? That's all right. That's all I want. And web and is this. Let me just check it out. 1337 364. So how many do we have? Each 21, which is 1337 364. Fine, which is correct. That means, right? Now I can drag it. Okay, because if you remember, if I drag it, okay, it will change its data set. Okay, so now you see it's from department and region, it went to region and joining date. And also, okay, the column is are going perfectly because we are moving on the right hand side, but the department came here. And now if I, pull this down instead of going up, if I pull this down, so what will happen then is, you see, uh, uh, okay, now you see this column came one step down because I pulled it down. So like I said, in vlookup and hlookup, we should always freeze what we want to freeze, okay, what is needed to be frozen. So what do I do for that? Okay, let's check. First is this F2. This is the value. This is F2 to F21 is the salary range. Now see, salary range is not going to change, right? It is going to be salary range for forever. Okay. So salary range is something which I can freeze. Okay. Now once I have frozen salary range, next we see we have B2 to B21. Okay. Now what is B2 to B21? It is my department. Again, this department range also is not gonna change. Okay, we can freeze it easily. Okay, also this range, see all the ranges where you are searching, right, that is never gonna change unless until you have a specific criteria. So I can easily freeze all of them. Now remaining is H2 and I1. H2 is nothing but your departments, I1 is nothing but your regions, I1 J1. Now we see in H2, if I drag it on the right hand side, I don't want my H to change to I, right? Because it isn't, all the departments are in H column. But when I drag it down, I want this 2 to change to 3, 4, right? This is second row, this is third, this is fourth, right? So I want my 2 to change, but I don't want my department to my column to change. So because I don't want my column to change, I'll just freeze my column. So I just will have dollar in front of H. Okay, now let's see what do we do for I. What treatment do we give it? Now I is nothing but the regions, right? So whenever I drag it on the right hand side, I want my columns to change now, right? Because west is in J, north is in K, but it is in the first row. The row can't change for my regions, right? Row can't come down. So what I'll do is I'll just freeze my row here. So you see, I just have a dollar in front of my row number. Now I press enter. Let's drag now. Okay, and now let's drag down. Let's check. Let's take sales and north maybe. 2253968. Okay. 2253968, right? This is sum of this and this. So that means our answer is correct, right? And now what if we want to add one more criteria? Okay, I want only where the years of service are greater than 5. Okay, so what I just do is, after doing everything whatever I showed you earlier, we have one more criteria here with the years of service for this, and I write greater than 5 inside the quotes. Okay, I write greater than 5 inside the quotes. So like this, I can have all my data, all my formulas filled with no change at all in anything. So this improves your performance so that you don't have to go and write formula for each of the cell. You can just write once. You need to just apply a logic. Okay, think about it. So see, if you think, if you give some time in thinking, right, you will save lots of your time working. Okay, right? So you need to be a smart worker, not a hard worker, yes, but you need to be a smart worker as well, right? So this was about some ifs. We're moving ahead. Next, what we have is count. Now, what is count? Count function in Excel counts the number of cells containing numerical values within the given range. It is a statistical function and returns an integer value. The syntax of the count formula is a count of value 1, value 2, and so on. Where value 1, it is a required parameter, for example, to count a range of cell that contains a date before April 1, 2021. The formula used is count of cell range, which is less than date 2021-41, right? The date is entered by using the date function. And why using date function? So that there is no issue with the format of the dates. Okay. Next, what we have is, so like this we can have multiple values, like value n means we can have multiple such values, 2, 3, 4, and go on and so on. So value n is nothing but it is an optional parameter. Okay, it can range up to 255 values. Okay, like we can have 255 such values. The value can be a cell reference or a range of cells. Okay, it is a collection of the worksheet cells containing a variety of data, out of which only the cells containing numbers are counted. Okay, let's see. So you see here we have a number of cells here coming in, and we want to count how many numerical values are there in this cell, right? We want to count how many numerical values are in this cell. So what do we do? Is equal to count. Okay, now you can either put individual cells, like you select this cell comma and this cell. Okay, you can do that, but what we can also do is select the range of cells here. Okay, so I select the range of cells here and enter. And 7, let's see which are the cells which were counted here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sorry, on this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, right? So we have 7 cells which are numerical in nature. So we counted the number of values which has numerical data. Next, here if we count, how many do we have? So let's see, is equal to count of this range. We have 4. Why? So if you see, we have only one numerical data which is visible to us. Rest all are dates and strings, right? Now, how can it be 4? See, this 3 can't be the data, right? Because it's a purely string. So what the case can be is the dates are being counted in the numerical value. Okay. So now if you see how many dates do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So we have 5 date values. Now which the difference between the dates, if you see, one has hyphen and one is slash, forward slash. Now which one is counted? Okay. So you see, if I count this, this, and this, we have 3 here, and this is 1, 4. So that means this is the 4 which is counted, right? Because this forward slash has only 2 values. So these are the cells which are actually dates but are counted as numbers, because dates can be converted to numbers. Okay, how? So if I click here, I go to number and I click on number. So you see, it is counted, it is changed to a numerical value. So dates can be converted to a number, and hence dates are counted in a when I do a count, is counted. Date is counted in a numerical data. Okay. Moving ahead, here what we did is for count A2 to A10. Okay. So here what we did is for 2, we can very easily see that one of them is 525. Okay. Who is the other one? Okay, so we see one is 525. Who is the other one? Now, what we can see is there is something called as hyphen here, which is actually nothing but a zero. So, an hyphen can be made to zero using some custom numerical format. Okay, or a zero basically can be shown as hyphen in a custom numerical format. Okay, so basically this is zero. Zero is a numerical format. That's why we are counting this cell A7 and A5 as count of numerical values. Okay, now moving ahead. Count A. So count was nothing but where we counted the uh, number of cells which has a numerical data. Now, count A function is an inbuilt statistical Excel function that counts the number of non-blank cells. Okay, so it can be anything, but it should not be blank. Okay, in a cell range or the cell reference. For example, cells A1 and A3 contains value. Okay, but right now, okay, but if a cell A2 is empty, then the formula of count A of A1, A2, A3 returns 2. Okay, so for example, here if you see, here, if I count A of A2, A3, A4, I'll get 3. Same for B2, B3, B4. But for C, C2, C3, C4, I will only get 1 because only one cell is non-empty. Okay. The function accepts the following arguments. Value 1, which represents the values that are to be connected. Value 2, this also represents the values that are to be counted. Okay, so you can have multiple such arguments. Okay, if you see here for count A, we have value 1, which is mandatory. Then you can have multiple values here, optional. So everything is square bracket, and you have 3 dots here, which means you can put more such similar arguments. So a maximum of 255 arguments can be entered in MS Excel 2007 and a subsequent version. The earlier versions of Excel can handle 30 arguments only. So previous 2007, so it could only handle 30 arguments, but now it can handle 255 arguments. Okay, so let's see how this works. Okay, so now if I do a count of this, five, why? Because we have 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5 cells which are not blank, right? Next, how do we see which are the non-blank cells? So what I can do is I can just do a count A. Okay, I can select this range, comma, then I select this range. So 7, which means from this range I got 5 values, and from this range I got these 2 values, right? So which is 7. Okay, now moving ahead to count A, one more. So now I want to see, we got the students and we have their numbers, right? Maths, English, and computer. I want to see how many students were present in each of the class. Okay, so what I do a count A. Okay, and I select the cells only for that row. Same way, I can just drag it because I don't have any referencing here, so I can just drag it. So here I see I have 2, 1 and 2, and here I have 1, 2, 3. So we have 3 number of students who took part in computer exam, 2 who took in English exam, and 3 who took in maths exam. Okay, this is count A. Okay, so the number of students here, if you see, we have 3, but here we have 5. Okay, so here we have 5. Now, how did that happen? Okay. There, my sound was on mute. I'll just repeat what I just now said for COUNTIF. Okay, so COUNTIF is a function in Excel that counts the number of cells within a range based on predefined criteria. It is used to count the cells that include dates, numbers, or text, for example. Okay, so COUNTIF of A1 to A10 of Trump will count the number of cells within the range A1 to A10. Okay, that contain the text Trump. Okay, now the syntax for the COUNTIF is it will accept the following required arguments. It will see the range and it will see the criteria. Okay, so range represents the range of values on which the criteria will be applied. Okay, and the criteria means it represents the condition that is applied to the range of the values. The output of the COUNTIF formula is a positive number which can be 0 or non-zero. Okay, so if the value is found, it will be more than 0, and if the value is not found, it can be 0, but it can be negative. Okay, so what we were doing is we were checking how to do a COUNTIF. Okay, so let me show that to you quickly. Is equal to COUNTIF. Okay, the range is this. Okay, and the criteria is matching 33, right? So 33, put enter and 2, right? Because we have two cells which matches 33. Okay, for the next one, what we see is for the greater than 50, all the values which are greater than 50. So what do I do for that? Is equal to COUNTIF again. The range is again this, and the criteria is greater than 50. Now, whenever we have to do some greater than or less than, we put that here itself inside the quotes. So greater than 50. Okay, 4, right? So which all is counted? Sorry, it's less than 50. All right, so less than 50. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have 4 of them, which is less than 50, right? Next, what we have is where we find the value John. Now, till now, what we were doing is we were finding numerical values. So when we have to directly find or equate a value, you can directly write the value here. But when you are doing a greater than or less than any such operation, you need to put it in quotes. Also, when you are trying to find the text value, okay, you again need to put it in quotes. So COUNTIF, then we have the range, and the criteria is John. So I have 1 where I have John here. And so it's easy to not say for a count of negative numbers, what can we do? So for count of negative numbers means a number should be below 0, right? Then we can call this a negative number. So in the criteria, what I can do is I can just write is equal to COUNTIF. We have the range, and then we have the criteria. The criteria is less than 0. Okay, so we have 3 numbers which is less than 0, and hence that is a negative number. And now count of zeros is easy because what you want to do, you need to see how many equates to 0. And as you know, for equating a numerical value, just put the value here. COUNTIF, the range, and the criteria, right? So we get the value here. Okay, so like this we can get the COUNTIF. Okay, moving ahead to the next topic. Okay, so next topic is COUNTIFs. Now, how did we have sumif, sumifs? Same, we have count, countif, countif, and countifs. Now, countifs is again an extended version. So, countifs Excel function counts the values of the supplied range based on one or multiple criteria conditions. Okay, so in countif we had one condition, in countifs we have multiple conditions. The supplied range can be single or multiple and adjacent or non-adjacent. Okay. Being a statistical function of Excel, the countifs support the usage of comparison operators and wildcard characters. Okay. For example, given the following table, the countifs Excel function can count the total number of products, okay, with the name B for the East region. So the formula is countifs of if this region contains East and if this range contains B. Okay, we'll see this example live. The function accepts the following arguments, which is criteria range 1 and criteria. Okay, and then you can have again one more criteria range 1 and criteria. Okay. So same with Sumif and Sumifs. Criteria range 1 is where you put the range where you want to have the match, and criteria is what is the value you want to match. Okay, and you can have in countifs Excel function up to 127 range and criteria combination can be specified. In case of multiple range and criteria pairs, the countif counts only those cells that meet all the specified conditions. So every additional range should have the same number of rows and column as the criteria range one. Okay, like I told you, the range of cells that you are selecting, right, should always be exact. It should be the same. If not, there will be a mismatch and you will end up, having wrong data as your output. Okay, we will directly see an example of how this is working. If you see here, we are having countifs and from B2 to B11, B2 to B11, V1 greater than 85 and C2 to C11, we have greater than 85. So only when it is greater than 85 in both of them, we have the countifs. Okay. Let's see the example for this. Okay. So let's have the count here where the region is maybe not and the product is A. Okay, let's do that. So count ifs. Okay, this is the first criteria and this is like we discussed it to be not, and then we have the second criteria is product and we can have it as A, right? We close the bracket and end. So what we see, we have two values, which are, so not A is 1 here, not A is 2 here, and then we don't have any not and A combination. So basically, whichever combinations I'm giving here, everyone should satisfy, everyone should be an true. Only then you will get a count. Okay. Next, so here what we have is in the region, okay. So A2 to A13 it should be east here. B2 to B13 it should be B. Okay, and now C2 to C13 it should be current. Okay, so when I am putting all my formulas here with countifs, okay, so what is the what do we have? 1. Why? With east and B. So east B current. This is 1. East B not current. East and not B. Okay, so we have only 1. East B and current, right? That's why we are getting 1 for countifs. Next example. Countifs of C2 to C10 is in east. Okay, so that means region should be east. Okay, that is what we mean. And B2 to B10 should be greater than 20, which means in the east region, how many products have price greater than 20? So which is here, from starts from here to here. So we have 2. Let's check out. Okay, east 24 not valid, east 23, right? So we have 2 such who is greater than 20. Okay, same goes for this invoice date. Okay, so what we are doing now is, this is quite interesting. We have to find those the number of occurrences, okay, where the invoice date is within a range. Okay, So what do? I do a count ifs. Okay. So how do we do a count ifs? Let's see from the example. Okay. So we have A2 to A10 first. Okay, first we'll give the lower range and then we'll give the higher range. So A2 to A10 should be greater than D2, right? It should be above this. So this is the lowest range. So this should be above than the lower range. And another is the same invoice date should be less than the upper range, right? So if I give this kind of condition, then what will happen is whatever date, whichever dates are falling in between this, so whichever date is satisfying both the criteria, it should be greater than this date and should be less than this date. So I am giving two conditions. So whichever date is satisfying my this condition will be taken into account and that count will be given. So here we have three such for which I am getting the value. Okay, so that's about this about counters. Okay, we'll move ahead and see others. Okay, next is if error or if NA. Now, if error Excel function is used for error handling in Excel. Okay, this function is used to display a result when error occurs in any formula or argument. We use this function with other function to notify the user what could be mistaken in the formula. This function takes two arguments, which is valuable if there is no error, and another value to be displayed when there is an error. Okay, the syntax is value could be of any value. Okay, a reference or even a formula. So the first part of the if error can be anything. Value of error is if the value that is returned as an output when an error is generated. So what to show in case your first part of if error returns an error. Okay, so this if you see this example, okay, what we were trying to do is we were trying to put a formula here of match. We will discuss later what match is. So now the formula was, so if in case this match returns an NA which is not available error, which means the value couldn't be found. Okay, if an NA error is returned, then show not found. So this will be applicable only for the NA error. Okay, let's see what are the types of errors that we have. Okay, first is a name error, not available error. Okay, now what is a not available error? So you see, what we are trying to find is if this name is there in my this if the names from my employee B are present in my employer A as well. Okay, so what do I do? If it is present, then return me this list, this name. If not present, then not present. Okay, so what do? I do a vlookup, right? So by vlookup I can search for a value, this value in this range. Okay, okay, so I selected the range and then put 1 comma false. Okay, so now let me just fix my range, like we should always fix it. Okay, and I now drag it. So you see, wherever I don't have, for example, name 20 is not available here. Okay, so for them I'm getting name not for with that I'm getting NA, but that doesn't looks nice, right? Because when you are submitting your report to a higher management, you should always show them a proper report. Okay, with this is an error, you should not be showing an error. So what we can do is I can just put if error. Okay, this is a value. So in case an error comes up, or it can be any type of error, okay? So if an error comes up, so what I can do is I can show instead of that anything I want. So I can just show name not available. Anything you want, you can write here, okay? Done. Now let me just drag it again. So you see, for the ones for which it is not available, what it is showing name not available, right? So this is how you can, enclose your formula inside if error. Okay, see, if NA becomes very specific. If NF formula will be only for NA error, but if error is the formula which you can use for all types of errors, all types of errors. We will see how what are the types of errors. Okay, I hope you understood this if error part. And next is div 0. The div 0 is in case there is a division by 0 error. So you see here, it is 0. So if error A4 by B4, okay, then in case this is showing error, okay, in case this is showing error, then the number of persons would be less than 1. This is what you need to show. Okay, enter. So you see, we get a number of person less than 1 because it was a div by 0 error. Okay, for rest, we are getting some value, right? Because they're not zeros. Okay, moving ahead, name. Okay, so what name does is, if you see, I wanted to do a sum here. Okay, I wanted to do a sum here, but then I somehow missed M here. So what actually happened is, now this is a name error. Okay, so in case, like right now while writing, obviously we won't do an error, but if we are fetching this kind of formulas from somewhere which is pre-written, and if the formula is wrong there, so what happens is we fetch the wrong formula. Okay, and then this kind of errors might come up, this name error might come up. Okay, so then what we do, in case if error of this formula, then write typed wrong formula. Okay, next what we have is null. So in case something is null, then we need to type, okay, wait. Okay. What we have here is wrong formula. So when we type in, so it will have wrong formula. Okay, so just to avoid that, we can have this. Then we have null. So null is, so see, what we are trying to do is we are trying to add A2, A3 and A4, right? See, A2, A3 and A4. So here, what happened is we missed a plus here. Okay, if we have this kind of plus, that means there is a null which is coming here. Okay, you see the same function which when I'm putting it down, it gives me null error because there is a plus missing. So we can always put it in if error. So if it gives you an error, then you can do a sum of A2 to A4. Okay, this is more safe, right? When you do sum of A4, A2 to A4, you just select the ranges and there's no need to put multiple pluses, and then you will not make a mistake in that case, right? So you can do if error. Okay, next, num. Okay, now what is a num error? So you see, we have a negative number. Okay, if square root of a6, okay, a6 is -4, we can't do. Okay, so it is a negative number. So hence, instead of showing a num error, it's showing a negative number. Same goes for this. We can't do a square root of -1 because it's a negative number. Excel can't handle it. So we have a negative number written for this. Next, we have a ref error. Now, what is a ref error? Okay, this can't be shown here, but I'll just tell you. Okay, so ref error is when you, so for example, you have two Excel workbooks, okay, and you are using vlookups or some formulas which involves these two workbooks. Now you want to send the report to someone else using mail. Okay, now you sent only one. Okay, but your Excel workbook has formulas which is referring to the other workbook as well. Now because you didn't send the other workbook, Excel can't find those values, right? Because it was in some other workbook. So it is getting a reference error in that case. Again, you can hide reference error with if error. Okay, same way. Okay, next we have a value error. Okay, so now what is a value error? So you have d4 plus d5. What is it? That is d4. D4 is this and D5 is blank. So you can't add a null to a value, right? So here also if you see A2 plus A3, so A2 and A3, you can't add. So you get a value error. So for this, what we can do is, in case A2 plus A3 is, giving you an error, so you write text can't be added to the number, okay? Because it's empty. Okay, so whatever you want you can write. Okay, so these are the types of errors we generally see in Excel, and any type of error can be avoided using if error. Okay, now my suggestion or a tip here is, when you are creating a report in the first place, please don't use if error at that moment. Because if you use if error, all the errors will be hidden and you will not know what is the error, or even if there is an error or not. Okay, so first create a report. Okay, once you're done with the report and you see, okay, everything is coming up well, then you apply an if error on top of it. Okay, that is how you should work, and when you are creating your reports. Okay, moving ahead, now we have this dynamic named range. Okay, so now next we will see dynamic name range. Okay, now what is dynamic name range? Okay, so it is nothing but it is these are range, like the cell ranges in Excel, which change as the data in the range changes, and so does the dashboard or charts or the reports, which are prepared from them or associated with them, right? That is why it is called dynamic, because it changed, and we can name the range from the name box. Okay, I'll show you where do we see the name box. So the name as dynamic name range, to make a table as dynamic name range. Select the data and insert a table and then name the table. Okay, so this is how we can do it. I'll show you practically. Let's first see the rules for creating a dynamic name range. Okay, so the rules for creating a dynamic name range is, you need to keep in mind certain things while defining the names. Okay, follow the rules below from Microsoft, which are predetermined. So these are kind of some generic rules which we have for any naming convention. Okay, so the first is that the first letter of the name should begin with a letter or underscore or backslash. Okay, for this backslash is valid, but in some other places backslash they don't take into account. So try to keep it two letter as much as possible, or underscore if needed for special cases. You cannot give any space in between two words. So when you name something, you can't have a space if the name has two words. For example, student report, right? You can't have student space report as the name. You need to put underscore to demarcate two words. Okay, you cannot give cell references as your name. For example, A50, B10, because these are already names of the cells, right? So basically, when we say a named range, it is nothing but the name we give to a collection of cells. Okay, now if there is already a name which exists for a cell, you can't give the same name again. So a cell name cannot be given again. The letter like capital C and small c, capital R and small r cannot be used, because Excel uses them as selection shortcuts. Okay, like Control C. Okay, define name is not case sensitive. Months and months, so the capital months and the small months are both the same. Okay, let's see how do we work with it. Okay. So let me create a list first. Okay. Um, Okay, so we have 5 days, right, in a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday as weekdays, and then we have Saturday, Sunday as weekend. So let me just keep weekdays for now. Okay, so what I can do is I can name this range. Okay, there are multiple ways of doing this. Either you select this, you go here, and you name it as days or weekdays. Okay, so now what happens is, for example, you are in any sheet. Okay, doesn't matter which sheet you are. Okay, so if you go here, this place, right, this is the name box, and you click on weekdays, you will be pointed to the place where weekdays are kept. Okay, so this is how we name a cell. Okay, or a range of cells. Okay, you can name a single cell also. Another way of doing this is, so for example, if I have my months. Okay, Jan, Feb, okay, so I have my months. Okay, now if I want to do this, if I want to name this, so what do? I click on data. Sorry, I click on formulas and I click on define name, right? So let's define name. Let me first select it. Okay, the name can be months. Now, okay, sorry. Hold on. So let me just select months from here. Okay, okay. Right now I can't do anything. Let me just delete this. Okay, weekdays is still there because that is what we named just some time back. This is a name manager by where we can see many names. Okay, or the names which we have given to our range cell ranges. Okay, so I clicked on new. So from there also I can navigate and create a new name range. Okay, so let me just give this name as months. Okay, now there is something called a scope. So when you give your scope to the as a workbook, right, wherever you are in your workbook, like whichever sheet you are in, you will be able to see um the range. Okay, the named range here. If, for example, weekdays, for weekdays the scope is workbook. So you were in data validation and still we could see weekdays there. But let's do this. For this one, let's keep the scope as sheet 1, the same sheet. Okay, and then let's click OK, close. Now if I go here, I can see months, right, and this points here. Now if I go here, I can only see weekdays. Why? Because for months we had given the scope as the sheet 1. We had given scope as sheet 1. Hence, when we went to data validation, we couldn't see. Okay, so now, so see. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, so this is how you name your cell range, and this is the name manager by which you can manage them. You can edit them, you can delete them. Okay, only thing is the scope is something which is not editable. Other than that, other things like name or the range, all this you can edit, right? And you can create a new and you can delete as well, and you can filter based on the scope of the worksheet, right, or the workbook. Okay, so you have many filters by which, if you have many named ranges, then you can do this. Okay, so let's close this. Okay, next what we learn is data validation. Okay, so now what is data validation in Excel? So data validation in Excel is used to limit a user to provide inputs to a certain cells or input ranges. For a data with a large number of users, there can be multiple formats for the same data. So we use the data validation where we provide a predefined inputs for a user to select among to avoid multiple different formats of the same data. Okay, data validation is available in the data tools of data tab. Okay, data validation allows you to make a list of the entries that are allowed or not allowed to be entered in a worksheet cell. Create an error alert warning message to explain more about the allowed values in a worksheet cell, and create messages to be shown when an invalid data is entered in a cell. Okay, and these are the uses of data validation. Okay, now see what is the purpose. The purpose of data validation is to restrict users from entering the invalid data values in the worksheet. It is also helpful to quickly gather, sort, and study the data, having said that the values have a criteria defined and can be seen via the data validation tool. Okay, we can see what are the criteria that are defined already. This acts as a guideline to the users while entering the data, as custom messages mentioning the valid data format are displayed when a worksheet cell is selected. Okay, this is why data validation is used. We will now see how can we implement this in Excel. Okay, so you see here data, and when this I think it's 1 2 3 4 I think when B5 is selected, it shows password. Please give your password. Okay, so we will do this. And data validation, we can do go from data and then we go data validation. Okay, let's go here. Let's check. So right now what we did before this is we created the list, right? We created this list. Now, this thing that I need to put I need to create a form maybe. Okay, and the form needs the date of birth, date, month, and year. Okay, date, month, and year. Okay, so let's put now data validation over this. Okay, now we'll go to formulas. Okay, okay, sorry, we'll go data and we go to data validation, right? Okay, now let's see. The first thing which I want to show you here is we put the month. Okay, now how do we put the month here? We do have the months here, right? So what we can do is I go to data validation by selecting this cell. From allow any value, I just click on this and I click on list. Okay, click on list and now the source. So I can write months there directly, or I can just select this. So whenever I select this completely, it shows is equal to months, right? Because these cells we had named as months. So it will now not no more show C2 to C13. It will show months when you select this complete range. Okay. So in cell drop down, yes, ignore blank. Okay. So right now let's do an okay. Okay. So now whenever I select this cell, if I click this, see all my values are visible. So I have to select anything based on this values only. Okay, I cannot select anything else other than the value. So this so what happens is this prevents the user from entering any invalid data. So for example, I have created a program at the back end. Okay, and that program expects months to come in only in the first three letters of it. So February should come in Feb, and March should come as March. Okay, so that program expects the months to come as the first three letters of it. Now some users might not understand, okay, and they might go on adding the complete month name. Okay, so that is invalid. So that there is no confusion between the users who are using my form which I have created in Excel. I just can put a list and I can give it so that users can just go to this list and just check for which month the user wants to do. Okay, so this is list. Okay, from a list of inputs, a user can select a particular input. Okay, next let's go to date. Okay, again data validation. Okay, so now let's only allow a whole number which is between 1 and 31. Okay, so a number between 1 and 31 is what we can enter. Okay, so let's see what happens. 1, fine. Let's enter 0. Okay, this value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell, right? So we had mentioned 1 and 31, so anything between 1 and 31 would be valid for this. Because I have put 0, so it's showing me some error, okay, that this value doesn't match. Okay, now if I do cancel, it will again go back to 1, which it earlier was. Okay, or if I click on retry, okay, if I click on retry, it will again come here. So it will keep on coming unless I put the correct value. Okay, unless I put the correct value. Now, right now, what happens is Excel is not letting me move forward. Okay, without doing the correct value. This might be a case that there are some scenarios where you might need to enter incorrect value, unknowingly. There might be some issues with the data and you might to know some other kind of data. Okay, so in that case, you don't want Excel to stop you from entering some invalid data. So in that case, what you can do is in data validation, okay, in the error alert, instead of stop, do warning. Okay, so stop is the most rigorous one, where you can't go forward without selecting the correct value for the cell. Warning is, it will tell you that see, there's this error, do you want to continue? If you say yes, then it will continue. Okay, it won't be like that, it will stop you from entering a data into it ever and ever again. Okay, so let's give a title to this. So warning info. Okay, the error message is please enter correct data. Okay, okay, so now if I do this, please enter correct data and warning info, right? Whatever I wrote, it came up here. So it says continue. I say yes, continue. So what happens? It takes up 0 now. If I wouldn't have selected continue, it would have again gone back to the same loop and it would have asked you to put the correct data once again. Okay. Now, what else do we have here? So warning, information and stop. Again, stop is, know what is warning and information is when you want to give an information about, you know, some cell. Okay, cool. So this was about how do you put data validation. Now, another part of data validation is to check for any invalid data. Now, for example, you see this list, right? So here, what I can do is, this session contains more than one type of validation. Erase current settings and continue. Okay. So previously, I might have done some values here. Okay. I might have put some data, some data validation. So that's why it was showing that. Now what I'll do is, see, enter. Okay, let me do this. Clear validation. Okay, let's clear everything and let's have a new place. Okay, 2 3 -4 -5. Okay, Now I select this, I go to data validation. Okay. When this cell is selected, okay, when this cell is selected, what you want to show? Enter carefully. Okay, so I enter some message. Okay, settings is okay right now. Okay, now you see whenever I select any cell here, it shows me enter carefully, please see the direction restrictions. Okay, this is how we can, put a comment for our cells. Okay, and I go here. Now let me just do this. Circle invalid data. Okay, so when I circle invalid data, because this was not supposed to take negative. Okay, so let me select this and let me show you how we did this. Data validation settings should be a whole number which is greater than 0, right? And then input message is already there. Okay. So you see now two of them got selected in red. Okay, so this was data validation. Okay, where you can put your data and you can see which data is incorrect, and you can treat them accordingly. Okay, or whatever you want to do, you can do it. Okay, now next thing. Okay, next what we will see is and, or, and not. Okay, so first let me show you a truth table gate. Okay, let me quickly open an Excel. Okay, so let's have two inputs. And then we'll have output. Okay, so these are my inputs, and now I will have three outputs. Okay, one can be an AND output, another can be OR, and another can be NOT output. Okay, NOT can work on single input. Okay, we'll now understand and try to understand what this is. Okay, so AND or NOT, and I put a border. Okay, correct, this won't go anyway. So Okay, so now I have two inputs x and y. Okay, and I want to put x and y output. So if I put two inputs, now what I have drawn here or what I have shown here is a logical gate. Okay, some of us who have done BTech or BCA or have done logical tables in school times might be familiar with this. So let me tell you in brief what this is about. So you have two inputs. Okay, one is x and y. It can be any input. Okay, now one is one to input. Okay, so I have this input 0 and zeros and ones. Okay, so now when I go for and when I go for or and when I go for not, just see the difference that we get in data, the output. Okay, so 0 0, so 0 indicates false and 1 indicates true, right? So whenever we have both the zeros, that means and will have false, right? Next, when 0 and 1 is there, 1 means true and 0 means false. Because there's 1 0 at least, so we will call it as false. Okay, again here. We have 1 here and we have 0 1 0 here. So because we have 1 0 at least, we call it as false. Okay, and then we have 1 1 which is true. Okay, now if I go for or, again for 0 and 0 it is false only. It's the same. But now for or, whenever even 1 is true, the output will be true. Okay, so whenever there is at least 1 the output will be true. Okay, next one also is the same example. Okay, so you see the difference is quite visible. Okay, for and or, so for and, even if one false condition is there, your result will come in false. Okay, but in or, even if one true condition is there, the result will come in true. Okay, so you need to know which one to use when, and then or. Now let's move to not. Okay, like and not can work on two or more multiple columns, right? And then not can uh, work on two random inputs or two or more. But if you see for not, right, not can only take one expression or one input. Okay, so now for not of x, okay, so not means just reversing the number. Okay, so example, this is 0 and then I go here and write 1. Okay, again 0, so here it is 1. Okay, now it is 1, so now it will be 0, and again it will be 0, right? So now we have ones and zeros coming. So this is what and or and not truth table is. Okay, so if you understand this concept properly, then understanding the concept in PPT won't be an issue. Okay, let's see how and or and not are represented. Okay, so the first what we see is and. Now the and function in Excel is a logical function, okay, that tests multiple conditions and returns true or false depending on whether they are met or not met, right? The formula of and condition is and then we put the logics. Okay, so every logic will either come to a true or a false value. If not, input it hardly. Okay, um the formula for the and function, so now you know. Okay, the function accepts the following argument: logical 1 and logical 2. Okay, so logical 1 means this is the first condition or logical value to evaluate. Okay, this is the second condition or logical value to evaluate, which means logical 1 means only the important parts and features of phone, right? Only those are kept. And in the logical two, this is a second condition, or the logical value to evaluate. You can have multiple things. Okay, so let's see what all do we have. Logical one is a mandatory argument and logical two is an optional. So basically, you can have multiple logical conditions in AND, like two or more than two, but logical one is important, like one condition at least is important. Okay, so like I said, it returns true if all the conditions or logical values evaluated true. It returns false if any of the conditions or logical value evaluates to false. Okay, it can have more logical values depending on the situation and the requirement. Okay, it treats the value 0 as false, like I told you, and all non-zero values as true. So basically, all the non-zero values will have true. It ignores empty cells provided an argument. Okay, so whenever you put an argument, it will ignore the empty cell. Okay, next what we see is, or I will just complete and or not for the slides, and then I'll go to the PPT. Okay, so what is OR function? OR function in Excel is used to test different conditions in the meantime. Okay, so the logical condition helps you in comparing two values of statements in Excel. Okay, it will return true if at least entry of one of the arguments or conditions evaluate as true. Okay, similarly, it will also return false if all the arguments or conditions are false. Okay, so that's the difference between and OR. Okay, so and will return a value only if all the values mentioned in the OR condition is true. In the same way, Sam, so when you do this and you get all the things same, right, then it will be true, because even if single logic is true, if single input also is true, then everything will be true. Okay, written value again for if, for sorry, for or, for and, the written values also are also true and false. Quickly going to not. Okay, after not I'll take you to the practicals. Okay, so not Excel function is a logical function in Excel, which is also called negation function. Okay, why negation function? Because it negates the value which is returned through a function or a value from another logical function. Okay, this is inbuilt function in Excel which takes a single argument, which is the logic, which can be a formula or a logical value. Now, what is the complex form parameter here? So logical, it is the numeric value 0 is considered false, and the rest of the values are considered true. Same. Logical is an expression that either calculates the true or false. It will return true if the expression is false, and return false if the expression is true. Okay, that is what not condition is. Okay, now we'll go to the next part later. Let's quickly see how not works. So this one I would suggest you to stop um your recording which you're seeing, and just try to type it down. Remember, here I've written 1 and 0, reason being 1 represents true and 0 represents false. That's why I've typed to show you the difference, that both are same, it's just the representation. Okay, okay, so now what we have is, if the player clears all the level, he or she is winner, which means what we have here is a data of the players and whether the player has cleared level 1 or not, level 2 and level 3 or not. Okay, so if a player has cleared all the levels, okay, then that player will be a winner. Okay, so let's see how did we do this. and okay, so let me just put this as true. So it is true as yes. So I've done that. Now let's see. Okay, travels. So you see, we get the correct result where only one of them is true, right? Where this player 2 only has completed all the levels. Rest of them have not completed one or the other level. Okay, so that is how we do for AND function. Next thing is when you have the student name, percentage, and the grades, right? You want to see which grade did. So you have only you have student name and percentage. Now you want to see which grade did the child come in. Okay, whether A plus, B plus, right? Okay. Now the percentage chart is greater. It's written here. Okay, so it is 90%, 80 to 90, 75 to 80, 7 to 75, 60 to 70, 50 to 60, 40 to less than is equal to 50, and so on, less than 40, right? So this is how my percentage chart is. Okay, always keep focus on what they want on, less than, greater than, not greater than, equal to. Okay, so you need to be careful about that part. Okay, so this is the formula. I'm not going to write it down because there's no point of writing it. It's really big. So what I'm doing is actually I am searching for my data. So B plus B is greater than 90. If yes, then A plus. If not, then 90 is is lesser than the person in B2. Okay. Now, if this is false, if this is false, it goes to this. Okay, so because if is the third condition of the first if condition, it is a nested if, what we learned in some classes, in some hours back, right? Okay, so if and B2 is greater than 80 and B2 is less than 90, okay, then what you do is you create another variable. Okay, so once you do that, so if and again and is checked here. If now the condition falls between and, then good. If and then B plus will be printed. If not, again we go into if. Okay, now 70 75, then 60 70, then 50 60. Okay, then 40 50, and if in nothing of it, if in nothing it falls, then the answer will be fail. Okay, so this is what AND is about. Okay. Next is if the sale amount is greater than or equal to 1,000 and less than 15,000, sorry, 1,000 and 1,500. So the incentive amount will be 100. Same way, 15 to 20, it is 150. 20 to 30 is 200, and 400 above is 5 is 400 again. Okay. So now what we did this, if the sale amount is greater than or equal to 10,000 and less than 10,000, sorry, 1,000 and 1,500. Okay, so what did we do? Again, same thing. So if the sale is coming in 100, okay, so why? Because sale here is coming in 1,000, and 1,000 is nothing but it is here, the last one. Okay, so B2 is equal to 1,000 and B2 is less than is equal to 1,500. Okay. Okay, so I hope you are clear with what is the AND function. Okay, next what we will go and see is the not or function, not will come after that. Okay, so now this is the or function. Now what happens in the or function? In the and, if you would have seen, both the conditions which we put in the and condition needs to be true for the evaluation to be true. Okay, now in the in the contrary, in one, even if one is true, the output will be true. Okay. Okay, so now what we are doing is or. So what we're saying is, if it is oranges or bananas, then take the input, otherwise don't take the input. Okay, so what we're doing is, we are putting formula 1, and we are, okay, so what we're doing, we are offering a bananas and oranges. So if bananas and oranges are available in this, okay, then true, otherwise false. So see, banana is present, oranges are present. Again, we have false. Cherries are not present. Oranges are present, and cherries are, sorry, oranges are present and cherries are not present. Okay, so like this, we can have multiple tables, and you can see the differences between and, or, and not. Okay, so again, let me just repeat quickly. And this, when you have all the conditions you have given separated by a comma, so all the conditions should be true. For or, either of the conditions should be true. Okay. Okay, so now we have the not condition. So what is a not condition? See, what we are doing is, in case the value is red and blue, put an X. For rest of all, put a tick. Okay. So what do you do for that case? You put your colors. Okay, right now we are doing with colors, right? So you put your colors, and then name something, and put a quantity now. Okay. So now if you see, or of this, which is Hyderabad. Okay, so this, okay, out of this, so one is red and one is blue. So only if this is red and blue, then only if either of them is true, then it gives a true for this condition. Now this true, when it went into not changes, right? Not is something which is negation. It negates the value which it gets. So it will negate, and it will put it false. Now if gets a false from a not, it will execute the third one, right? So if gets a false, it will execute third. Now if I want to put, um any other color, okay, so maybe this color, blue. Now blue is there in this, okay, that means or of this is true. Okay, and true or of false is false. Okay. Okay, so because it is false, it identifies, false, it will execute, not identify, it will execute the third condition. Okay, so this was about and, or, and not. It is very easy. The main thing is, you need to understand how and, or, and not works. Get the concept in your mind. Okay, if you want, you can, rerun this section once again, and see that what are the blockers you have. Okay, so next what we go is, I mean, we see is match function. Okay, now this is very interesting. We will do both match and index together, and then we will, you know, try to see how it works. Okay, so what is a match function now? The arguments lookup value and lookup array are mandatory. Okay, I think I have one more match. Hold on. Okay. Mhm. Okay. The match function looks for a specific value and returns its relative position in a given range of cells. Okay. The output is the first position found for the given value. Being a lookup and a reference function, it works for both an exact and approximate match. Okay. So for example, if the range A11 to A15 consists of number 2, 9, 8, 14, and 32, the formula match of 8 returns 3, right? This is because the number 8 is at the third position, right? In 2, 9, 8, 14, and 32, 8 is in third position. So in simple words, match formula is given as follows. Okay, so match value to be searched. Okay, array, exact, or approximate match. Okay, the function accepts the following arguments, which is the lookup value, what to search, lookup array, where to search, and the match type. Okay, so these are small definitions. Lookup value is what to search, lookup array is where to search, and the match type is what type of match do you want. You want the exact match, you want something above it, or you want something lower it. Okay, the arguments lookup value and lookup array are mandatory, while match type is again optional. The values of match time, like I told you, positive one. So when you have a positive one here, okay, then it means that the function looks for the largest value in the lookup array, which is less than or equal to the lookup value, right? So it is basically it is looking for the largest value in the array. Okay, the data is arranged in alphabetical order, means or ascending order, and an approximate match is written. Zero is nothing but an exact match. Okay, uh, the data is not required to be arranged for zero. For negative, again, the function looks for the smallest value in the lookup array, which is greater than or equal to the lookup value. The data is arranged in reverse order of alphabet Z to A or descending order, and an approximate match is written. Okay, now the default match type is 1. Okay, so we generally will what we'll do is we'll try to put a 0. Okay, that is something we should always keep in mind. Okay, next what we have is index function. Let me take you through index function, and then I'll show you the importance of it. Okay, now the index function can return the result from the row number. Okay, and the match function can give us the position of the lookup value in the array. This combination of the index match Excel function is very useful in addressing a key limitation of vlookup. This is the reason I was not doing match just now, which is not that cannot be used to search a table from left to right. However, index match function can achieve this goal effortlessly. Okay, so the array is from which column or array. Okay, we need the value. Row number is again in the provided array from which row we need the result. Okay, these two arguments are good enough in most situations. So now we will look into the example of the index function. Okay, so you can get it from index. Okay, now we'll see how index and match works. Okay, S- uh, 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 okay, so first see what is match function. Okay, so right now I have some names. Okay, here I want to enter a name here, and I want to get its position in the range I selected. So if I start from Tanuj and I go to Ajay, and I'm searching for Anuj. Okay, so Anuj is in the seventh position starting from Tanuj, right? So that's what we do is we put a match. Okay, match function, then we put F4. Okay, F4 is nothing but the value which we are searching. Then this is where are we searching. Okay, and then we give 0 to get an exact match. Okay, so Anuj I get here in 7. Okay, now if I had only selected, okay, from Gagan, Okay, and I want to select Anuj. So Anuj is at first, second, third position. So then this will show the third position. Okay, so be careful of what you are showing. Okay, again, this is so if you see this had an exact match 0. Let's see what happens when you do an approximate match. Okay, so we have 525 here, but we don't have 525 here, and but we have 5. So you see here what we are doing is we are matching E19 to B19 to 20. Okay, B19 to 20. We are trying to search for E19, and we are okay with an approximate match 1. So when I say 1, it will take anything above 500 till your next value, which is 600. It will take everything into the fifth position, which is 500. And now if I had given it a lower value, which is of -1, so see, it won't take it up. Okay. Okay, next is wildcard match. Okay, what is a wildcard match? Now here you see you have your names and you also have the IDs here. Okay, now I don't know the name, but I know the ID. So what I can do is I can just give the ID, and Excel will find out the position of that ID, even though I don't have the complete value which is written here. It is 105, which is Gagan, we can see, right? So what we do is equal to match. Okay, so we use wildcard character, which is star. So star means everything comes in ampersand. Okay, so anything which ends with 105, then the row, then the data set. Okay, and 0. Okay, so 5. So basically what happened is it joined 105, it appended it to anything you get in, in your ID. Okay, so basically anything in the ID which gets 105 at the end. Okay, that way the position of that will come out with this. Okay, so next thing is, okay, next index match. Let me first show you how what index does. Okay, okay, so index is when you have a value and you want to find its position. You remember in match we had to give a position. Okay, in match we had to give a position, but in index we have to give in index we have to give the um, value and we get the position. So you see in match we give the position and we get the value. In index we give the value and give the position. So they are like complementing each other. Okay. So you see this for this match, I am giving March, okay, as the input, and from here I get the March as third position. Okay. And what I am doing here is I am giving the value, okay, which is index of B2 to B7, and I give the position as third. So we get the value here, right? Now what I'm going to do is I am going to, instead of putting hard coding the position here, instead of this I'll put match here. Okay, so instead of this I'll put the match, and then we will see how this works out. Okay, let's see this. So we have index and match here. Okay, now here what we are doing is first, okay, when we have two functions we should always start from the innermost. So we'll do this later. Let's see what happens here. So in match what I am doing is I am giving D2, which is the month, and I am getting the position of this month. Okay, I am getting the position of this month here. Okay, and after I get this position I am entering this position into the index. So basically the output of my match is going as an input to my index here. Okay, and that way I get 4649. Okay, so now you see in vlookup, it is what we can do in vlookup also, right? In vlookup, I just put March, I search in this data set, and I said, okay, give me the second index, column index, and you get this, right? Then why are we doing index match? Let's see this third example. Here the month is on the right hand side and sales is on the left hand side. Here what we are doing is we are first trying to search March in the month column again, right? We are searching D2 in B2 to B7. Okay, whatever position we are getting, we are putting that as an index, as an input to my index. So from A2 to A7, I will take up the value which matches my disposition. Now here we are individually treating these two columns. In VLOOKUP, we were treating this whole data set together, and hence we had the limitation that we can't have the data in this way where the one we are looking for, the value which we are searching, can be the second or third column, because in VLOOKUP it should always be the first column. That was our limitation, and not every time we can have that kind of data, right? So that's why index and match it's in rescue. Okay, so which we can use to to get data when when the value which we are searching is on the right hand side, not on the left hand side. Okay, that is where index match comes in help. Now if I give you an update, so there is a function called as Hlookup. Okay, do some research on that. So Hlookup, what it does is it has replaced index and match, and people are nowadays using Hlookup to do vlookup. So there is something very new in Excel, so you can give it a shot. Okay, so that is about index and match. We'll move ahead to the next topic. Okay, so next what we will see is exact. Okay, now what is exact? Criteria based calculations in Excel are performed by logical functions. Okay, to match single criteria we can use if logical condition. Having to perform multiple tests, we can use nested if conditions, right? But imagine the situation of matching multiple criteria to arrive single result is the complex criteria based calculation. To match complex criteria in Excel, one needs to be an advanced user of functions in Excel, right? So matching multiple conditions is possible to perform by making use of multiple logical conditions. So here we'll take you through, how to match multiple criteria in Excel. Okay, we'll see, and then we will come to this index match on multiple criteria. So see, we all use vlookup day in and day out to fetch the data, like I told you for index match. Also we are aware of the fact that vlookup can fetch data from left to the right, so the lookup value should always be on the left of the result columns. However, we have several alternatives that can be used as an alternative to vlookup. With advanced technology, we can use index match formula to match multiple criteria for rows and columns. So this article, take you to the detail about it. So whatever, I've taught you now, you see here. So index, and then we have a match. Okay. Okay. So now let's see what exact is, because we did on what is index and match. We'll see on exact. Okay. So you see, when I have these two values, okay, and I have exact, which is A3 and B3, I am trying to equate them. Okay, so the output is coming as true, right? Because everything is same. This text and text is exactly same. Now you see here Tanuj Kumar Rajput, and this is again same. Do you see this one? Though the spelling is same, but the case is different. So we get a false here. Okay, because the case is different, we get a false, and obviously the spaces and all, definitely it will give a false, but the main issue was about the case. So with exact, it checks the case, it checks the case. Okay, So moving ahead. Okay, so next what we have is the compare columns. Okay, so what we see is the compare columns. Okay, so we'll just see what compare columns are. So we can check whether the data in two columns, okay, they are same or not the same. Okay, so we will see that on how do we do. So conditional formatting is the one by which we can see if the columns are matching or not. Okay, we will see if the columns are matching or if any values are matching. Okay, so it is a technique where we format cells in a worksheet based on certain conditions. Okay, so conditional formatting option is available in the style section, um, and the home tab, where there are various conditions provided by Excel to use formatting on cells, or a user can create a new rule for conditional formatting using a formula. Okay, so let's check this out. How can we do this? Conditional formatting for, okay, let me just take it out. Okay, so see, this is how you can do the conditional formatting. Now here what we have is, see, conditional formatting you get in home tab. Okay, in home tab you get this conditional formatting. Here you have the highlight cells and you can have the duplicate values. So now if you do duplicate values, all the duplicate values will be highlighted here. Okay, you can check what you want and you can have it. Okay, if you want to see, so for example here I just did a duplicate value check. If you want to see what is the conditional formatting which is here, right? Okay, in this cell or this range of cell, okay, you can go to conditional formatting, you can go to manage rules. and it shows for the current selection what is the rule which is given. Okay, if you want you can edit the rule here. Okay, so you can have many such things. Okay, you can do a conditional formatting. Okay, you to show up and down. Okay, and if you want to show a data bar, okay, color bar, you can do. Okay, so this is about the conditional formatting. Now one important topic we skipped earlier is partial vlookup. Okay, now vlookup, what happens is, you remember I showed you how to do match in case you only know a partial character. For vlookup also we can do. If you see here, you see this red. Now we don't know where red can be. Okay, so I can just do vlookup. I can put star. So wherever the value starts with red, okay, because red is what we are searching, we look up A5 ampersand star. So wherever the value starts with red, I'll get the data for that. So for this one, red starts only for the first one, right? 1. So we will get in V5, we will get the values 1. Okay. But now when I have this data of A1, okay, when I put a star before A5, so star ampersand A5 ampersand star, okay, how it is written, then we will get all 3. Okay, so this is how partial VLOOKUP works. Okay, hyperlink, I have showed you in the starting how do we work with hyperlink. Okay, now formula editing group. Okay, this is kind of important. Why? Because these are the tools which we can use for auditing and troubleshooting Excel. Okay, okay, so let's just quickly go to a function. Okay, this was the match function which we did. So now if I want to see, okay, which cells are dependent on this, okay, or this. So I go to data, sorry, I go to formulas, and this is the formula auditing group. Okay, so trace dependence. So where trace dependence means this is dependent on this. Okay, sorry, this is dependent on this. Okay, and then trace precedence. So if I click here, so this is dependent on this value, right? Because we are searching this here and we get the position here. Okay, to remove the arrows, you can click on this remove arrows. Okay, if you want to see the formula, okay, you can click on show formula. So by this what happens is your formula now will not show the evaluated value, it will not show 7, it will show the formula to you. Okay, and you can evaluate the formula as well. Okay, I can just do this evaluation of formula. Okay, so what I do in this case is evaluate the formula. So first it evaluates, you click here. Okay, it's asking for Anuj, which we got from here, and evaluate. So when I search Anuj here, I get 7. So this is the value which we get. For big formulas, you will take more time to evaluate. Okay, next we have pivot table. Okay, so pivot table is a data processing technique in Excel. Okay, so pivot table is used to summarize data and extract information from a large data set. Okay, pivot table assists in making dashboards and to create reports based on data source, right? So create a pivot table. You can go to table section under insert, or the alternative is, or I mean the shortcut is alt dp. Okay, pivot chart is a visual representation of pivot table which allows us to summarize and analyze data sets and pattern. So what you see here is a pivot chart, right? And what you see here is a slicer. Now what is a slicer? Pivot table slicer is a tool in MS Excel. The purpose of slicer in Excel is to filter the data present in a pivot table. The data can be presented based on various categories with the help of this slicer, as it offers a way to apply the filters on the pivot table that dynamically changes the view of the pivot table data. Okay, so let's see on how can we do this. Okay, So let me show this to you quickly for pivot table. So this is my data. Okay, this is my data. What I do is I go to home, insert, pivot table. Okay, this is the data, and let me select a new worksheet. Okay, this your data table gets automatically selected here. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, let me take the category in the rows. Okay, or let's take category here in the filter. We get the product here in the rows, and then we get the amount in the values, right? So by this I can create a pivot table. So basically what you saw is this is such a big table. I just summarized this table into a pivot, okay, which is so small and easy to understand. You can also only do fruits. Okay, so if you do fruits, only fruits will come up. Then same for vegetables, only vegetables will come up, right? Now sometimes what happens is we might need to put a slicer. Okay, sometimes we, okay, this is what products, right? Sometimes what happens is we want to have a filter of what we are putting here as well. Okay, and we can't do that. Excel won't allow us to put a column in both slicer as well as the filter. So in that case what we do is we insert a slicer for this. So pivot table, analyze, insert slicer. You can choose whatever you want. Okay, let me just select for slicer. What do I select? Do I have category? I have product. Let me put country for slicer. Okay, so now what slicer does is it is also a filter. Slicer is nothing but a filter. Whatever you select, only that data will come here, right? And you unselect all, so all will come. Okay, so this is your slicer. Now if you want to put make a pivot chart out of it. Okay, so how do? You go here, you go to pivot chart. Okay, whatever suits you. Let me just select pi. Okay, for this it will look nice for this, and I have a pivot chart. Okay, this is how you can create a pivot chart. Now you can customize it. Definitely you can format, you can have different types of charts, whichever you would like. Okay, so you can play around here, you can have data labels here. Okay, so you can play around, you just put whatever you feel that's important. Okay, in your chart you just put that. Okay, so this was about pivot table slicer. Now next thing what we will see is the merge cells. Okay, now what is merge cells? Merging cells in Excel means combining two or more cells together. Okay, Excel has provided us with an inbuilt button which is used to merge cells. This button is available in alignment section of the home tab to merge two or more than two cells. First thing to do is the selection of cells which are to be merged, and then when we click on this, the button cells are merged. In Excel, quite often we may want the values of multiple cells to be merged into one, or we may need to present the data differently. Let me show this to you. So, for example, I want to give an header here. Okay, pivot, header of pivot. So what I can do is I can write pivot sheet. Okay, I just wrote it here. I can merge this. Select how much ever you want and merge, or let me just merge even further. It will look better. Okay. Okay, now you can just make the alignments, and you can increase the size so it will look nice. Okay, so like this you can merge multiple cells, or you can unmerge. Always remember, when you are merging multiple cells, if you have data in all the cells, only the first cell data will be shown and rest all will be removed. Okay, that is about merge cell. Next what we have is group and ungroup. Okay, so the group and ungroup is when you have data. okay, and you want to group your data, you can do that. So the group is an Excel tool which groups 2 or more rows or columns. With grouping, the user has an option to minimize and maximize the group data. The rows or columns of the group collapse on minimizing and expand on maximizing. The group option is available under the outline section of the data tab. Okay, so you can see here in outline, you can group. So let me quickly show you how group works. So you see here we have a data and we can group here, right? And you see here we have 1 and 2. So 1 means to contract everything, and 2 means to expand everything at a single go, right? So how did we do this? So you, okay, sorry, okay. So how did we do this? So we go to the data and we do a group of it. Okay. Okay. So I do a group of rows. Okay. So right now I don't have anything, so hence it didn't group. Okay. So if I just ungroup everything, okay, I first ungroup cells, rows. Okay, so see that grouping has gone. Now I can group everything here and I can put it in a single place. Okay, I can group it. You see, I grouped it now. Okay, let me do this, ungroup it and select from here so that my Canada is visible. Okay, so I group now. Okay, the same way I group from here. Okay, also what I want to show is we can do subgroups also. So for example, I can subgroup this also, the product which is same. I can again go and group here. Okay, we can do this subgroups. So when you do subgroups, so this is how this would work, and you will have multiple levels. Then as many subgroups you do, you will have that many levels. Okay, so we are now then at the end of the session. I hope you have learned something. I have tried to cover the most important things which we do in Excel. See, Excel is very vast. You can definitely now go out in the world and try many new things there. I encourage you for that. But I hope this will give you a very strong foundation to start in that journey. So thank you for joining and have a great career and a great prosperous career ahead.